All right. Well, welcome back, guys. We're back here at the cafe once again. Back in Idaho, new documents dropped like I stated they would, and we're gonna go through them real quick, discussion like we do, and see what happens from there. Thank you all so very much for joining us. As always, much appreciated, guys. So make sure to hit that like button, share this out if you will. Let everybody know we're doing it in here, and let's get this show on the road. Here we go. Here we go. Welcome back, guys. Thank you for joining me again. Appreciate you very much. I hope you're all having a great day, great night. If I didn't see you earlier, if I did, good to see you again. Thank you for being here. Of course, there were some more documents dropped that I wanted to review and discuss, amongst whatever else we shall discuss with this. Come on in, grab a seat, get yourselves comfortable, and let's do this thing. Looks like we got 20 peeps in the house, 14 likes so far. We can do better than that. Come on, y'all. Let's get this in that algorithm. Come on in. Who do we have here with us so far tonight? Alicia J, welcome back. Great to see you as always. Suzanne Smith, wonderful to see you. Vix Logic coming from over the pond. Great to see you tonight, Vix. Thank you for joining us. Walt Harris, good to see you, brother. 10 months here as of yesterday. Yes, of course. Miss Paula, always a pleasure. Wonderful to see you. Miss CZ, welcome back to you as well. Alicia was number one. Good to see you, Alicia. Thank you for being here. Thank you to my blue crew that's here. I do appreciate you all so very much. Well, I think that's just one of you. We got one of you here tonight. Oh boy, that should be fun. Good to see you. I appreciate it very much. Everybody has their busy times in their lives, and it's all understood. So come on in, everybody, please, and thank you. Let's see. Let's see. Let's see. Okay. 28 peeps in the house. Come on in. Thank you, by the way, to the lurkers that are out there that don't really type in chat much. We do appreciate you too, just as much for being here. So thank you guys much for that. Come on, come on. Let's do this thing. I'm going to wait till we get, I'm sure I'm comfortable with the people that are coming in for tonight before I get started, so I don't have to go backwards on it. That's all. As always, we will be, I keep it open for an open discussion on whatever we're talking about with this case. Everybody has the ability and the chance to voice their feelings and opinions on it. So the link is pinned in the top of the chat, as always. Again, thank you much. Let's see here. Also, once I get some more people in here, I want to ask a question about something too. Let's see, Miss DeBorg, welcome to you. Miss Charlotte, great to see you tonight. Okay, here's a question for who we have here. I guess I'll ask it again, but we got 33 people right now. Out of all of you guys, if you got a notification that I was live, that we were doing this, throw a one in the chat for me. Welcome, Moon Lover, to you. Wonderful to see you. Appreciate you. If you got a notification that I was live, please throw a one in the chat for me, please. Rissa Roberts, welcome. Good to see you. Yes, we love our lurkers too. You guys are just as important as the people in the chats. Robert DeBoer, I think. Welcome. T's in the house. T2014. Good to see you. With Admin Donkey. Good to see you tonight. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. And if you found me, if you figured I was live some other way, make it a 2. Okay. I'm just trying to figure out how my algorithm's working. That's all. And what I should do with it. Angelique Flores, welcome. Wonderful to see you. It's a new face. And you got a notification. Alicia, you're behind. Behind who? Fox Ben Reuter. Welcome back. Good to see you. Okay. Well, thank you for jumping in. I appreciate you very much. Just saying hi. Sandy Jones, welcome. So you guys figured it out a different way. Okay. The question was, did you get a notification that I was live? And if you didn't, if you got a notification that I was live through YouTube, put a 1 in the chat for me. And if you didn't, put a 2 if you found out some other way. The Borg, Pumpkin Dawn notified you. Okay. Well, thank you to Pumpkin Dawn. North Carolina Mount Man. Good to see you. Good to see you. Down on my back getting old blows. What the hell? Okay. Mountain Man, good to see you. Walt Harris. Sorry. But I'm new, so it's okay. No worries, guys. And if you're not, make sure that if you want to be, of course, that you're subscribed and have that notification bell hit just in case. That way you will get those notifications, please and thank you. It helps me out and it helps you out if you're looking for what we're doing. That's all. 42 peeps with 29 likes. Please make sure you're hitting that like button when you come through. I appreciate it very much. Please and thank you. Yeah, I'm sorry if you're down, bro. I hope you feel better soon, Mountain Man. Let me see. Give me a minute. Let's see here. Show. All right. I don't know. I'm sure Eddie will get it if he gets it. I told him I'd be here later. 45 peeps, 33 likes. That's catching up. You guys are awesome. Donald D. Nice. What's happening, buddy? Good to have you here. By the way, welcome. I want to give a very warm welcome and a grateful welcome. GM5637. Good to see you too. To the newer people that are here, I really appreciate you guys. However you found the channel, it doesn't matter. But I really appreciate and I hope that you feel welcome and we try to treat everybody with absolute respect. The community is a very welcoming and warm community, so I hope you feel that way when you're here. And I love to see you all coming back again and again. So thank you for that, for everybody that's new. I do have merch, Borg. I show it all the time. We have coffee cups. I'll show it to you while we're waiting if you want, real quick. We got a whole bunch of stuff, Borg. Hold on a minute here. Let me show you. Give me 1 second. Let me see what I can show you here. I go through Printify. We're working on adding some more stuff here soon, but I have just about anything you can think of, Borg. At one point in time, we even had damn bathing suits, which obviously nobody wants to wear a damn bathing suit that says True Crime Cafe on it, but you know. All right. Here we go. I got t-shirts, hoodies, all sorts of types of hats. Candles. We have candles. Let me see. There's our one version of our t-shirts. We get all sorts of different colors of stuff. There's a hoodie. One version of the hats that we can offer. Let's see. There's one of our coffee mugs. We have multiple different types of coffee mugs. Let me see here. Show. Spiral notebooks. We even have coffee, you guys. If you want coffee from here, we got coffee too. Right there. We have morning show t-shirts. Let's see. I'm trying to find. I have other cups and coffee pots or coffee mugs type style mugs too. I was trying to find. We have these versions of for our paranormal stuff that we run, which we're gonna have to change that because we're doing Saturdays now. Let's see. No excuse for child abuse. There's my Scooby-Doo shirt, the True Crime Cafe Scooby shirt that we have. Let's see. This one here was Unfriendly Don't Approach. One of our joke shirts. There's Molly's shirt, the Moody Mod, Molly the Moody Mod, her shirt. We have these black mugs. I even have the color changing mugs, by the way. We have this one. It says, "How did your day go?" You know, haha. So we have that. And there's some other color changing mugs. There's already. What's up, buddy? I love Scooby-Doo, Ray. I love Scooby-Doo. This here is another version of it. True Crime and Buffet. I don't know where that came from. I think that was just something you can get printed on there. We have V-neck t-shirts in many different colors, as you can see. Grays. They look good too. We're going to be adding another logo too. It's a red one that I have on my cover page for anybody that might like that logo. We got coffee mugs that have the morning show, me and Mama Bear on there. If you want one of those. We have pillows. We have indoor wall tapestries. pillow shams, can coolers, these little things, you know, the coolie things you put your cans in. Summer's coming. Let's see, what was this one here? Oh, that's from my other channel, the Heavy Metal Toy Box channel. Let's see. Again, scented candles. We have children's size shirts. We have, here's another one of our cups, like a sippy cup type mug thing. It's got the straw in it. These are really cool too. I like these. My wife actually got one of these. She likes it. There's desk mats. There's let's see, another version of different t-shirt stuff. Stupidity's not a defense. Oh, here's the tumblers. These are pretty nice. I got a couple people that ordered these, said they love these. And you can get them in the white, the stainless steel, and you can get them in I like the stainless steel one. In black too. And a lot of the stuff we have, our t-shirts, our hoodies, our the hats and all that, they all come in different colors. Many different colors. So that's just a little bit of what we have. There's a lot more stuff. So we drop the link in here every so often. And if you're interested, pick something up. And if you have any special requests for anything, we do that too. We make things. There's our wisdom. We make things up based on certain things. I want to put together shirts for all of my moderators. They did, you know, that they have their own specific shirt. Molly has hers. Things like that. There's our link right there if anybody's interested. Thank you, Alicia. The lovely Wisdom Speaks in the house. My love, Bonnie Bailey. Good to see you, darling. Thank you for joining us tonight. I'm so grateful to see you. Raquel Owell, welcome back to you. One made nut. Eddie's finally here. I know people was looking for him. You're here, bud. Eddie's always here. He's part of this family for sure. Yes, Miss Cassie's actually really hard at work putting together some new designs within the store, by the way. If anybody's interested, 52 peeps, 43 likes. We're catching up. We're catching up. Like I said, guys, there's some new docs, some stuff in it that is discussable, not to mention some other stuff. So come on in, share it out, guys, and please make sure to hit the like button so we can make sure this one hits that that algorithm again. All right. Walt Harris t-shirts. So we did have them. They're in there somewhere, Walt. Walt Harris here. We're gonna make. My plan is to make specific t-shirts like that logo right there that you see on the screen right now. I'm gonna put that on some hats and t-shirts and mugs too because I like that one. We're gonna put some of Mama Bear stuff in there too. But I want all of the mods to pick what they want for their own specific design or style or whatever it is that is them, and then we're gonna sell those too. So if you got a favorite mod, you can buy their shirt. I am beyond jealous, Raquel. I love Chinese food. Can you do a show your face, not your waist? Of course I can. We'll definitely have stuff with all my sayings and the dumb things I say all the time. But if there's anything specific you would like to see or have, you let us know. Okay, Ray Knightley, I missed you. Good to see you. Scooby's my favorite, guys. Scooby-Doo and Snoopy are my two favorite like cartoon characters of all time. And of course the G.I. Joe stuff. There's our Stormy. Show. Stormy Jane in the house, guys. Thank you for joining, Stormy. So, as Chris McDonough would say, we're going to review some documents tonight in the Idaho 4 situation, folks. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. I can't help myself. Sorry. I'm a little wired tonight. Too much coffee today. What up? Good Friday. Yes. Happy Good Friday to everybody. If you follow that religion or celebrate that stuff, guys, please make sure not to eat any meat today. I haven't done it. It's driving me nuts. I can try. I can try, Alicia. I can definitely try. I'm sure I'll screw it up, but oh, hello, show. Does anybody know when I do that, who I am? Or who I'm mimicking when I do that, I should say, not who I am. We all know who I am. I know who I am. I don't know who I am. Maybe, who knows? How about one for Brian Paula? 10 pack of her mug and a box of McNuggets. That's funny. That'd be great. Save these ideas. Good for you, Sherry. That's awesome. I have some. I don't usually eat frozen breaded fish, but I have some in the freezer. I'm going to hit tonight. Gorton's frozen fillets or something. I have. CZ Colombo. There you go. Walt, you're a mess. Keep that idea though. I kind of liked. I think Paula would appreciate that. That's cute. Not Paula Fitzhenry. Paula, the other Paula that's the mod here. Yep, Eddie got it. The interview room clown. That's right, Eddie. Thank you. No, it sure doesn't, Vix. It sure doesn't. Every day it gets more. No. I don't do fish sticks, Raquel. These are like Gorton's breaded fillets or something. They're probably the same thing as fish sticks. It says they're made from real fish, not the bits and pieces and toenails and teeth that the fish sticks are made out of, but it says real fish. So who knows? I'll let you know. I'm very picky with fish. So it was something that was bought a while back and it's been in there ever since. So we need a mama bear, teddy bear. That would be sweet, dude. I like that idea. She would love that. And have a little t-shirt on the bear that has Crime Time with Mama Bear on it. Yep. You're good for merchandising there, Mountain Man. Wait, you do that kind of stuff, don't you? Aren't you like a professional, like a seller for different stores, I think? Teddy bear. That's glasses. Yep. That's our Mama Bear. Somebody asked me a long time ago if I was going to do plushies of myself, and I'm like, I just did, Alicia. I just did. Nobody would want a plushie of me. I promise you, nobody would. Under and over. Welcome back. Good to see you tonight, dear. My parents are hitting BB Rooners for a fish sandwich tonight. I'm not familiar with that place, Walt. Airborne Ranger, 15 years, 9 years. Okay. Somebody in here said that they were a seller for grocery stores. Thank you for your service, bro. I did not know that. I appreciate you very much. Salem. Okay. I got you, bud. Absolutely. I did not know that. God bless, dude. Much more respect for you, as if I had enough as it was, but there's more now. So thank you. We got all sorts of peeps in here. We have our teachers. We have our military, retired military people. Much love. Sherry's in the house. Good to see you. That would be a good idea, Vix. I don't know if we could do that though for purposes of, you know what I mean? The family may not be comfortable with something like that. If I got permission, then I would absolutely do it. But any of those that I sold, if I sold any shirts that had like the kids, the victims on it, I would, every dime of that I would donate to the families, period. So, but I don't think I'd be comfortable with that, doing that at all. Yeah, there's that too. There's a bunch of stuff behind. I don't think I'd be comfortable with. But if it were to come down to something like that, every bit of that would be donated to the families anyway. So I see what you're saying though, in memory or in honor of them. I get what you mean, but there's a lot of things behind that you got to be careful with, and I just think it would be wrong in some senses. That's all. The thought is a great idea, but Julianne, hello. High school. Oh, I see. There's our other teacher. I knew we had another one. Jody CZ, Tandy, and Julianne. I think you said that before, Julianne, if you were in here before. I knew we had 4. 59 peeps in the house, guys. 50 likes. We're catching up. Thank you guys for that. I'm just waiting just a couple more minutes to see who else jumps in before we get rolling because I don't want to have to go backwards. But that was a hell of an idea, man. I love that idea about the little teddy bear for Mama Bear. That'd be awesome. My wife has a friend that does plush things and even offered to do one for me, but um I never went anywhere with it because I thought it was a joke. A couple people asked about it. And I'm like, I don't know. Mark and Betty, cheers and welcome. Good to see you. Ms. Rowena, good to have you here tonight. Yes, we respect our teachers in here too, and give respect to our teachers. I do it all the time because they don't get enough and they deserve it. So I try to make notice of them and talk about it on a regular basis if I can. Cheers to all of my UK friends that are here and family. Thank you. Yes, one of our moderators is an amazing teacher. She's actually certified for teaching autistic children, so on and so forth. And she does an amazing job. CZ is another amazing teacher. Miss Jody is a teacher, does an amazing job. So I like to draw notice to these people and give them due credit where it's due. For they never get it enough, in my opinion, for the things that they do and what they achieve on a daily basis with the way today is. It's very hard. So good Lord, you guys, it's hot in here now. It's like 83 degrees today, which blows my mind. So you deserve every absolute bit of it, CZ. Every bit of it. I wouldn't do it if you didn't. So, and that goes for anybody that with any career in here that doesn't get enough respect, guys. Hell, even people that work at grocery stores. You deal with people every day. It's just you deserve it. You need the respect that you deserve for the job that you work. Period. Our law enforcement officers, our first responders, doctors, nurses, all of it. This community is built out of many, many amazing people, and I'm very grateful for each one of you. So, all right. So the link is pinned in the chat at the top there, guys. If anybody wants to join me, Kellyanne, welcome. Thank you for joining us. And again, I'm very grateful to see all these new faces and names. You guys have no idea. I love it. I love it. Love it. Guys, we have gained, I don't even know how many new members over the past 28 days. I think it told me we gained like 40. No, I'm sorry. 85 new members to the sauce, which is amazing. There's Miss Terry Martin. Good to see you, Terry. There are people going missing, supposedly being trafficked when applying to jobs on Indeed and going to interviews, never being seen again. Beware. That's insane. But I've heard that. I've heard it. I have heard it, Terry. It's a sad thing. Stevie Irwin. What's happening, buddy? Good to see you, brother. Hope you're having a good day, a good week, a good month. Absolutely, Julie. And keep doing an amazing job. We appreciate what you do. There's our cat lady. Welcome, Canadian cat lady. Good to see you today. I hope you are well. It's wonderful to see you again. Speaking of one of our amazing teachers, there she is, Miss Andy, the Seahawks fan. Backwoods beats and outlaw rhythms. Love your name, bro. Love your name. It is crazy. It is crazy. Yeah, she was. Dylan was on Indeed that morning. All right, guys. I think if anybody floats in here, no worries, Charlotte. Let me see. I got 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4. Well, 3. We'll be okay. Oh, there's, yeah, okay, 4 Stormy's here. Okay, we're good. So, like I said, guys, this has been a hectic and chaotic case. We all know that. We talk about it every day. And I've been trying to follow every day, and every time they drop new documents. When watching for the ruling on the motions that have been put through from Hitler. Let's see. Tomboy, good to see you, Tomboy. Thank you for being here too. Dark Fate Child, welcome back to you. Wiener, wiener, wiener. Okay. You're crazy, Steve. Crazy, crazy, Stevie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 total new documents. There's a lot of reading in some of these, so you're gonna have to listen to my irritating ass voice for a while, guys. But I want to read through, discuss, and I'm not old enough for these. You're good, dude. You're good. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. That was good, Stevie. I'm sorry. Oh shit. Got me choking on stuff, dude. That was funny. Moonlit baby, hello again to you. Welcome back, dear. Good to have you tonight. Are you a musician, Backwoods? I see cymbals there. Don't tell me you're a drummer, bro. If you're a drummer, then it's on. We're gonna have to be friends, because so am I. I'm starting to think that Dylan and Bethany weren't even there that night. Like, how are you doing all that on your phone, TikTok, and scrolling, texting if you're supposedly in the middle of a crime scene? You know, you're not the only person that has said that, Backwood. Jeez, choked. Yeah, it was funny. Can you imagine if this was trial by Judge Dago? That, yeah, I don't know, that probably wouldn't be good. We love our nurses too, Kelly. We need them all. We need them all. I was a first responder, firefighter, EMS, for years, so I know exactly what you go through, Kelly. My mother's a nurse for 50 years plus. My wife is in the medical field. She's a phlebotomist and a dialysis technician. So God bless and thank you for what you do too, Kelly. I'll bet you are. I'll bet you are. Especially this past winter with everything going on. Good Lord have mercy. Everybody was sick all the time. The Door Dashers. Stevie's in and out sometimes, Dark Fae. He pops in and out whenever he's bored. Probably doesn't have nothing else to do, so he jumps in here. I'm a drummer guitar player, which basically means I argue with myself in perfect rhythm. Amen to that, bro. I do the same thing. I'm not very good at guitars. I'm a bass player. I can play bass, but my main thing is drumming. I got a couple guitars in the background there. You can see my son plays too, but I've been playing drums since I was 10 years old. I'm looking to sell out pretty soon here and pick up a electronic drums kit here pretty soon. One of these days, I should say. So I mean, my body's getting too old for all that. My knees and my elbows and all that. Especially considering the first couple of bands I played in were nothing but like metal, hardcore metal. It tore my body up. So Miss Alicia was a CNA, certified nursing assistant. That's amazing. Thank you for what you did, Miss Alicia. There's Miss Kim with CLK Creations. Oh, okay, I gotcha. Thank you, Tandy. Guys, please leave a little DNA on that like button when you come through that door. Please and thank you. Appreciate that very much. And share this out if you would. Got 92 peeps in the house. All right, let me pull up this first one. And again, guys, the link is pinned in the chat. If anybody wants to join me up here as we discuss these things, you're more than welcome. When we do these, I like to leave it as an open discussion so everybody can voice their feelings and opinions. 100%. Gina Reed, welcome. Good to see you. Yes, we did. I did see that, Gina. Long ways back, actually. The Daily Mail interview with the neighbors reports of someone washing a red car with bleach. It's nuts. Yes, it is nuts. There's a lot of things connected to this. Awesome, Michelle. Good to see you. EMT firefighter. Hey, hey. Part of the brotherhood. Once you've been there, you don't lose it. Whether you retire or not, it doesn't go away. So Satiris is back in the house. Welcome to you. Long week on the road just passed. A tough certification test so can enjoy your life. Welcome. I'm glad. Welcome, Michelle. I hate this. I know you explained it to me, but I always screw it up. I feel bad. Michelle Passwork, thank you for being here. CNA, then medical assistant, 16 industrial paint manufacturing. Over the years, tore my body down, knee, hip. Yep, it happens to the best of us. That's why I'm no longer a firefighter, because my back is done. Yes, it's wonderful to have you here, Satiris. We appreciate you very much. All of you, every one of you. All right. Marianne Craw, welcome. Thank you for joining us. I love your puppy. Again, it's wonderful to see all these new faces and names in here, guys. I appreciate y'all so very much, and I hope that you like it here and want to come back. King Christopher, welcome to you. 86 peeps in the house. Guys, please make sure to hit the like button on the way through the door, please. And Frank, yeah. All right, so this first one here, guys, is the order memorializing the oral rulings on motions in limine. Now, we saw the last hearing, okay, the motions hearing, and now we're looking to see what the orders were, what he ruled on, how he ruled on it, so on and so forth. So a lot of that's going to come through with some of these and some other things as well. A lot of this stuff does go, I have to say it, and Eddie kind of called it to an extent. Well, he did. There's no extent. He did. Welcome back, B Geek. Good to see you. That it was going to go for the prosecution. SRBBBB. You're having a busy day today, ain't you, dear? Busy day today. I think Alicia misses you. I think we all miss you. Not used to you not being here. But enjoy your day, SRB. Don't worry about being here. Please, you deserve it. Happy Easter weekend. Yes, everybody. It is Good Friday today. And if you guys celebrate that or follow that, please have a good one. I kind of figured as much, yes. So, let's see here. Before the court are several motions in limine filed by both defendant and the state. Oral argument on motions was held on the 9th of April, 2025 on several motions, and the court rendered oral rulings from the bench. This order serves to memorialize those oral rulings together with the findings the court made during the hearings, per se. Okay. So let me see here. It says that the standards of this are evidence is relevant if it has any tendency to make the existence of any fact that is of consequence to the determination of the action more probable or less probable than it would be without the evidence. IRE 401, all relevant evidence is admissible except as otherwise provided by these rules or by other rules applicable in the court of this state. IRE 402, although relevant evidence may be excluded if its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice, confusion of the issues, or misleading the jury, or by considerations of undue delay, waste of time, or needless presentation of cumulative evidence. IRE 403, the question of whether evidence is relevant is reviewed de novo, while the decision to admit relevant evidence is reviewed for an abuse of discretion. On discretionary matters, what's up, Richard? Good to see you, brother. On discretionary matters, the court must, 1, correctly perceive the issue as one of discretion. 2, act within the outer boundaries of its discretion. 3, act consistently with the legal standards applicable to the specific choices available to it. And 4, reach its decision by exercise of reason. And this is the case law that goes along with it. If anybody has any specific questions about any of what we're going through tonight, please feel free to ask, and we will work it out and make sure everybody. I want you guys to be able to understand a lot of this stuff. Some of it's hard, some of it I don't even understand. But we've been going through these enough that some of this stuff is pretty easy to break down, and I will find answers for anything for any one of you guys that I need to. Okay, so the analysis of this. Defendant's motion in limine number 1, read the inflammatory evidence. So these, if you didn't see this, you guys, these are the answers to all the motions that were put through on the 9th when we had the hearing. We covered the hearing that day. It was all day. So number 1 was the inflammatory evidence. The defendant moves under IRE 403 to prevent the state from introducing testimony and evidence that would be exceptionally inflammatory, which would be, arguing it is irrelevant and or unfairly prejudicial. The court finds this motion is premature. But exceptionally inflammatory evidence, okay? Something that is, how can I explain this? Unless you guys understand this, but yeah. Oh, I know, Satirius. It's okay. We may break it down into 2 days. Who knows? But I don't mind doing this with you guys. I don't at all. Anything in case law relating to Meister. Oh, yeah. That was called out. That was called out that day, Bix. So, yeah. Let me see here. So, exceptionally inflammatory. So, it's exceptionally damning towards the situation. And again, innocent until proven guilty. So, that's why they're trying to protect Brian from stuff like that. There's our Bill. Welcome, Miss Bill. Wonderful to have you here tonight. Thank you for joining us. Okay, so at that point, like I said, the court finds this motion premature. As with potentially prejudicial evidence, the court must first consider whether it is relevant, of course, and material as to an issue of fact under IRE 401 before assessing whether its probative value is substantially outweighed by the danger of unfair prejudice. At this point, the defendant has not identified what specific evidence he wants to keep out or otherwise defined exceptionally inflammatory. Issuing, let me see here. See, this one I don't think is really that big of a deal for us to worry about. But I just want to make sure everybody knows these. Lily Rose, welcome. Wonderful to see you. Mootin' late, baby. Was that about the use of certain words like psycho? No, that's coming up here 1 or 2 after this. I'll explain that one next. CJ Sky, welcome, Lily and CJ. Wonderful to see you guys tonight. Thank you so much for being here. Anybody else that has popped in that's out there watching from the hallway? Come on up, buddy. You're welcome. You're always welcome up here with me. You know that. Truth Seeker, welcome. Anyway, thank you for being here as well. So, where are we at next? God bless America. It's warm in here. I might actually have to turn my window air thing on to cool it down in here to at least take some of that humidity out of here. It's humid as hell tonight, you guys. Yes, we always love when Eddie jumps up here. Thank you, SRB, for that. And there he is. Welcome, buddy.
You look like you might be able to use a hand up there.
Sure. Always. Either way, I'm always happy to have you on up here. Yeah, I need a new prescription, but okay. So, as we go through each one of these motions, we'll discuss them a little bit, get people's feelings and thoughts and things like that. We do have a couple court people in here that can help us through certain parts of this. Miss Wisdom, being one of the main ones, part of our team here. She says exceptional inflammatory evidence, strong or compelling evidence, supporting a role of inflammation in a particular disease, of course, or condition. So as far as this is presented, it would be, evidence that is exceptionally strong or compelling per se. Okay. Thank you, Wisdom. Miss JC, hello. I know JC jump up here with us too if she wasn't working. Okay, so on we go. And where was I at now? At this point, again, the defendant has not identified what specific evidence he wants kept out or otherwise defined exceptionally inflammatory. Issuing an order as requested by defendant would lack any substance. So basically, it's like shooting fish in a barrel. Okay, they don't really know you. They have to come. He wants them to come to them with specific things. You can't just make it a blanket statement. He wants specific things to be able to mark it on. So they haven't done that per se yet, and that's why this is being denied, which it was. So there's one for your book, Eddie. So we'll see how many of these you were right on, because you probably have quite a few. And it says the court finds it unnecessary and therefore denies the motion. However, this was a particularly horrific murder. There will be exceptionally graphic depictations, of the victims and crime scene. Prior to seeking the admission of this evidence, the state is required to provide copies to defendants if defendant believes the evidence is cumulative, unnecessary, or otherwise prejudicial. He can seek to take the matter up outside the presence of the jury. So if it comes to the point where they're going to introduce, say, some crime scene photos and the defense says, no, we don't, that's too much, they can have a they would keep the jury out. There's a term for it. I just lost it in my mind. Anyway, they can have a conversation with the judge and prosecutor and defense and see if they can have that motion or have that taken out per se. Sorry, guys. At that time when it's brought to the table. Constant inflammatory evidence refers to evidence that is likely to provoke strong emotions, anger, or prejudice. That's basically what it is. And that's what the reason why they're doing that is because if the jury were to see a piece of evidence, they're afraid that the jury's going to automatically go, he's guilty. He's guilty. He's a horrible person. He's guilty based on what they see. So that's why they're doing this. If it's not relevant, though, to the actual case, there's the problem. See what I'm saying? Sidebar. Thank you so much. Good God, I can't think tonight, Marianne. Thank you for that. And Denise, welcome. I would say all the videos of the white sedan because it doesn't prove it's him or his car, in my opinion. That's a very good point, Denise. Very good point. Captain Jenks, welcome, brother. They're referring to the terms that they want to use. Right. Bingo. Good stuff. Okay, so that's basically what that is in a nutshell. So the next one up we have B is defendant's motion in limine 3, the use of the term murder. So the defendant seeks to prohibit the use of the words murder, murderer, murdered, murder weapon, and similar words of forms of the word murder as applied to the defendant. Again, the defendant seeks an order requiring the state to abide by the evidentiary rules, particularly that Jesus God, I can't talk tonight, you guys. The prohibition against argument outside of closing. This is unnecessary. The state acknowledges it would be improper to refer to the defendant as the murderer other than stating what the allegations are, and has no plans to do so or otherwise elicit similar testimony from its witnesses. Thus, the motion is denied as unnecessary. And see, I don't understand that. Okay. Now, this is what happened a lot during this hearing. The judge came together with defense and prosecution. The prosecution agreed on certain things, said they wouldn't be doing it. Therefore, in turn, he doesn't see a reason to, okay this motion, as long as they stick to their word. Which, at that point, from my understanding, because they agreed to something, can or can they not be held in contempt if they go against that? Is my question. Or are they allowed to go against that and not have any kind of repercussions for that? Because I don't really know how that would work. I've never seen that happen like that. Right, and that's a lot what that was. The prosecution agreed with some of the motions, which was making them unnecessary, and that's why he denied these ones. And I wouldn't think because it's not an actual order. Good point. Thank you. And hey, Norma, welcome. Good to see you. And she said yes to that question, so that's good. Okay. So if the prosecution goes back on what they agreed upon, then there's going to be a problem. And I don't think in that situation they will, because he was pretty stern about how he felt about it. So that's why some of these are being denied, because in his mind, they were unnecessary. It was a waste of time per se. So that one has been denied. C, the defendant's motion in limine number 4, the terms or the use of terms psychopath or sociopath. The defendant moves to exclude any reference to the term sociopath or psychopath at trial, arguing it is unfairly prejudicial under IRE 403, which it is. An improper opinion testimony under IRE 702. The state does not intend, again, to use those terms at trial. Indeed, the terms are irrelevant given the lack of evidence the defendant has been diagnosed with personality disorder or similar mental illness. Once again, this is that situation. It was denied because they think it was irrelevant because the prosecution said we're not going to do that. Okay, we'll see. And that's a good one because he's never been medically diagnosed as a sociopath or a psychopath. So to be able to say something like that and the jury hears it one time, and we all know this, we are very we take pictures in our mind of something, okay, is what I'm stating. And when you hear a word, it locks down sometimes. One time, all you have to hear is the word sociopath or psychopath one time, and that jury, this is why they don't like this, because then the jury's going to have that stuck in their head, and that could be damning to him. So that's why they were motioning for this. Anyway, I'm sorry. I'm trying to over-explain some of this stuff because I know there's a few people in here that have told me they don't understand a lot of this. That's why I'm trying to make it as, put it in layman's terms as much as I can so that people can. Bingo. You can't unring a bell. Okay. That's all there is to it. So once that's put out there, the damage is done. They can take it back. He can strike it from the record. Doesn't mean they didn't hear it. You know what I mean? So, and Norma says, once again, if the defense brings it, then the state can talk about it. Right. Thank you very much, Norma. On we go. And that one was denied. The state's state's motion to eliminate improper death penalty comments. This is another one, I believe. The state moves under IRE 401 and 03 to preclude defense counsel from making what it calls improper comments about the death penalty, specifically that the state is attempting to kill the defendant, which we've heard in hearings. I can't remember who. I think it was Eliza that said it, that you're trying to kill our client and our defendant. So
I believe that was Jay.
Or Jay. Thank you, bud. See, this is why you're up here. Yeah, you're right. It was Jay that made that statement, and the prosecution got upset about it. Okay. And certain verbiage is very, I just explained. You can hear something and it imprints in your mind. Okay. So saying that the state is trying to kill the defendant by giving him the death penalty, that's going to stick in the mind of the jury. So that's why they're trying to pull all these things out. Which defendant counsel has stated in past hearings, the defendant stipulates to using phrases that comport with existing language in statute and jury instruction. Again, the court is unwilling to enter an order requiring the defense counsel to act professionally and comply with existing rules. As defense counsel recognizes, any such statements would be argumentative and improper. The court trusts defense counsel will comport themselves accordingly. The motion is denied as unnecessary. And again, these are all things that were agreed upon during the hearing, guys. For those of you that may not have seen it. Well, thank you, Phil. Where are we at here? Okay, so E would be the motion to eliminate the unnoticed 404B evidence. This one's kind of important too. The defendant moves in limine to exclude any IRE 404B evidence that has not already been noticed by the state, which at this point is only defendant's pre-homicide traffic stop. By way of example of allegedly unnoticed 404B evidence, defendant notes that the state intends to present evidence of defendant's graduate paper regarding how to conduct a crime scene investigation and his Amazon purchase records, both of which defendant contends are subject to IRE 404B. As an initial matter, the defendant appears to misapprehend the scope of IRE 404. The rule provides that evidence of a crime, wrong, or other act is not admissible to prove a person's character in order to show that on a particular occasion, the person acted in accordance with the character. IRE 404B, defendant takes the position that other acts encompass any other acts of any nature other than the crime at issue. The rule is not so broad. Its purpose is to govern the use of character evidence. It forbids the use of evidence to show a defendant's criminal propensity. That's within State versus Johnson 148, Idaho 664, 667, 227, page 3D, 918, 921, 2010, citing State versus Sheldon, 145, Idaho 225, 227, 178, page 3D, 2830, 2008. If the evidence does not bear upon the defendant's character, it is not subject to the IRE 404B. State versus Whitaker, 152, Idaho 945, 949, 277, page 3D, 392, 396, CT App 2012, citing State versus Norton at 151, Idaho 176, 190, 254, page 3D, 7791, CT Appeal 2011. Court Appeal 2011. Sorry. Jesus. Sorry about that, guys. The defendant's Amazon purchases and his graduate paper discussing proper crime investigation techniques do not stand alone, bear on his character, or suggest that he has a propensity to commit crimes, including those charged. Further, the court is unwilling at this point to preclude the state from filing a 404B notice in the future if it determines its evidence is encompassed by the rule. There are still 4 months until trial begins, well within the reasonably in advance of trial time frame required by the rule. The state acknowledges its notice obligations under the rule and intends to comply with the rule. With regard to any proposed IRE 404 evidence, the timelines of such future notice will be analyzed if and when such notice is given. The objections and can be advanced. 1 second. Sorry about that. My wife had to ask me a question. The time is such future notice will be analyzed, and if and when such notice is given, the objections can be advanced at the time. The motion is therefore denied. Sorry. Defendant's motion limine 10, improper expert testimony. Middleman. Defendant's motion limine number 11, exclude the IGG evidence. And states motion limine investigative genetic genealogy. Those are all.
There you go. You want any relief? I can read some of these if you'd like to.
I would. I didn't want to ask you, but if you want to, buddy, that'd be great. Welcome, Rose. Good to see you tonight, Miss Kiki. Thank you for joining us. Okay, guys. And again, if you're coming through, guys, please make sure to hit the like button if you don't mind and share it out. Once we get through all these, we're going to discuss bits and pieces of things. So remind us of the rule, Vic said. Okay. All right. If you want to go from there, Eddie, I appreciate it. That'd be great, bud.
Okay. Defendant's motion in limine number 10 regarding improper expert testimony, Middleman. Defendant's motion in limine number 11 regarding exclude IGG evidence. State's motion in limine regarding investigative genetic genealogy. Both parties moved to exclude evidence of law enforcement's IGG testing in this case, but for entirely different reasons. Given the parties' agreement, to not present any IGG evidence. Those reasons need not be discussed given the bottom line agreement, and the court grants the motions. By the way, pause me at any time if you need to, Dago. The state has indicated it will present evidence through Detective Brett Payne that defendant's name was revealed to law enforcement through a tip. To avoid issues at trial, the court advises the parties to arrive at a mutually agreeable narrative about how the tip came about. I'm going to pause right there because that's worthy of breaking down.
Go for it. Go for it. That's what it's about. What are you thinking?
Well, there's a lot to unpack there because, well, first of all, we know that the way that Brian Kohlberger's name first came to the state's attention is not by that. And
of course, yeah.
The state is just not going to give up what it was and when it was that they first were aware of Brian Kohlberger. So this order to have the defense and the state come together and contrive some type of a story that satisfies this narrative about the tip is just bizarre.
It is beyond.
I don't know what.
It doesn't make a lot of sense. You know what I mean?
No. And keep in mind, and I won't be too long on this sideline, this left turn here, but this is a case where investigators, this was never a real investigation. Investigators went about doing this investigation against Brian Kohlberger, and then they turned over this paperwork to the defense as the discovery and said, here you go, defend them with this, right? I mean, they get to write the rules on how this thing goes and what the defense gets to see.
Right.
And now this order where this tip will surely know it. No matter what, let's say the defense knows what the answer to that is. They have a really good idea when the state first knew, but they can't prove it. They just know because they have the defendant. So say he knows. Well, they're not, the defense and the state ain't going to come together, and the defense is going to say, well, I proposed this, which by the way is the truth. And the state is not going to say, yeah, it sounds good to us.
Not at all.
No,
That's not going to work.
Happen like that. So this is just crazy. I just can't even really wrap my mind on this.
No, you're right. And two people in the chat basically stated, they're lying to the jury in a sense in that way. So yeah, agreed. And real quick, guys, Phil, thank you so much for gifting the 5 memberships. I can't see who got them right now. I'm sure the moderators will put them together here in a minute, but I don't see who got them. But congratulations to you. Welcome to the sauce. And that is amazing of you once again, Phil. So very generous, and God bless. We love you. Appreciate you very much for that. So it's absurd. It's absolutely ridiculous that's even a request. It's not going to work that way. It's not going to happen that way. That's stupid. So, even making that statement alone doesn't make any sense to me, you guys, at all. So that's just a joke to me. Now, reading the footnotes are kind of important to this too. So it says here, in essence, the rules reach is prior crimes, wrongful conduct, or other prior acts of a nature from which a jury could conclude the person has a bad character and is therefore predisposed to commit crimes that charge this conduct is commonly described by Idaho courts as prior bad acts. Whitaker, 152, Idaho 949-277, page 3D at 396. While the rule is not limited to bad acts, it does not implicate acts that do not bear on a defendant's poor character, even if that act is also evidence of the defendant's motive, intent, identity, etc. Now, even if this evidence could qualify as character evidence, which it does not, the defendant has notice of the state's intent to rely on it. If agreement cannot be reached, the parties are to submit to the court their proposed narratives prior to trial, and the court will decide how it will be presented. And this still doesn't make any sense as far as I'm concerned. It doesn't. At all.
And I left off with one sentence left. I'll go ahead and read that one.
Go ahead.
The parties are also directed to jointly craft a jury instruction advising the jurors to not concern themselves with the source or nature of the tip.
That's you're telling the jury this is one of the most important parts of this case, but you're telling them don't worry about that. That's how we got to him, but you don't need to know that. Are you kidding me? Again, you're lying to the jury. That's wrong right there. So I'm sorry. That makes no sense to me. And to me, that takes me back to something that I don't like saying, but it almost looks to me, and I know some people will agree, some people won't. That is unfair, okay? And that is the judge's ruling on this. This is the judge's decision on this. And that is, in my opinion, that's going in favor of the state, okay, and the prosecution. That's truly what that feels like to me. And that's just my opinion, my statement. That's all. You don't have to agree with it. Okay, Vix just asked, IGG is a tip now. Well, they said that like before, Vix, and no, to answer the question back here about Koberger's sister being the tip, I don't believe that's what it is. Okay, we know that this was not a normal investigation, as Eddie had stated earlier. They didn't do this the way that they explained that they did this. Okay, they did something altogether different with this. So understand that. Go ahead.
My last thought on that is, during the January 23rd closed portion of the hearing, and we have the transcript on that, and
right,
I really thought she spent that effort questioning Corporal Brett Payne about, he testified that law enforcement was not aware of Brent Koberger's name prior to receiving the FBI tip on December 19th.
Right.
And, the state has characterized the IGG information as a leader tip. And of course, the purpose of the IGG was to investigate a criminal case. Without the IGG, the case would have never been brought against Brian Koberger.
Right.
And, she, in her way of questioning him, I think the magic happened, so to speak, on page 18 of that transcript where, he said that they didn't look into the other unknown DNAs because they had Koberger's name. Well, right at that point, because there's another document that we have that states that by December 17th, 2022, lab analysis were aware of 2 male DNAs.
Right.
So all that effort she went through, I think it was for naught because I thought it was a gotcha moment, but it's interesting that this ruling says, what it does, that they're going to have to make up some narrative that they're going to both be agreeable to.
Right. Which it's just ridiculous to me. I'm sorry. It's absolutely ridiculous to me that statement was even made. I'm sorry. Sergeant just said the FBI is the tip and the defense is no longer fighting to expose the FBI, which I think in a sense it's been done enough per se, but I think it's still trying to be seen though, based on like Cy Ray's affidavit and stuff like that. So I guess that in essence, Sarge probably is still happening and at least in that part there. Okay. Norma said that the judge don't want Ann to question one FBI in front of the jury, the one who went about getting it right. That's what he agreed to allow her to question Nick Balance, but not in front of the jury. So I think either way, Nick is going to tell the truth at that point, per se, whether the jury hears it or not. I think it would be better if the jury did hear it, but I can still use it in that sense. So she was happy with that. And of course, she did state that she was going to impeach many different directions with this. So there's that too. Evidence is not forthcoming. Very good point. Can't make sense. It's very hard, Marianne. I know. We try to do the best we can here. Can't make sense of the nonsense. So hard to decipher what is actually the truth. More that comes out, the more it's confused. And that's every time there's something new that comes out, there's more questions that get brought about. That's a fact. I knew what you meant, Marianne. No worries.
It makes sense, Marianne. Remember
Yeah.
before I said that there's two truths in this case?
Mm-hmm.
There's what actually happened, and then there's what the state says that happened.
Yeah. Yes.
And depending on how you're talking to someone or what mindset they have, it can get confusing when even discussing this case.
Very much so. Very much so. I mean, we've all been twisted and turned and flip flopped and all upside down, inside out with this thing. And, we still try to pull ourselves out and stand on our, stand back on our feet and understand it. And we do for the most part. It takes time. It takes time. So, it's just for ID purposes. Just because he's on the spectrum doesn't mean that he's not of sound mind. That's a good point. Once you say something to someone, then say no, you can't go by that. That still says that's what I was saying earlier. That's one thing I've never agreed with in a trial. When something is stated, it's objected upon, and then the judge says strike that from the record. It's already been heard. The damage is done. You can strike it all you want. It's still in their head. Okay. So that's another fact too. I'm just saying. So I hope to God that the prosecution stands by what they say. Okay, hold on here. All right. Now, I read those down there, so on we go.
You want me to read on, or are you going to take this one?
Go ahead, bud. If you're good with it, go ahead. Oh, hold on. 1 second, wait. After Anne questions him outside the presence of the jury, the judge can rule that she can ask him those questions in front of the jury. Well, Bobby, let's hope that happens, because I think it needs to happen. I think it truly needs to happen. And it's going to be based, though. We'll see how that goes. That's going to be based on what I think Balance's answers are. Okay. It shouldn't be, but that's what's probably going to happen with that, in my opinion. Don't shut up. You're fine, Alicia. Say all you need to say. Nobody ever needs to worry about shutting up or not speaking their mind. That's what this is about. I want people to feel comfortable to be able to speak what they think or feel in here. That's all. Aren't CI's names protected in trial? In most cases, yeah. It just depends on the situation per se, I guess. Let's see. Going back ages ago, he just wasn't there after 2.5 years, right? Gotcha. Okay. Go ahead, Eddie. I'm sorry.
Okay. Defendant's motion in limine number 13 regarding conditions as aggravator. Defendant moves to prevent the state from using defendant's diagnosis of autism spectrum disorder, ASD, and the characteristics of his ASD as an aggravating factor at the penalty phase of trial. The state responds that it has no plans to use such evidence as an aggravating factor in light of Zant versus Stevens, 462, United States 862, 1983. But it will argue against and rebut defendant's diagnosis to the extent he relies upon it as a mitigating factor. And then there is a footnote number 4 that we'll get to. Despite the state's concession, the court is concerned with the breadth of defendant's motion. He is not only seeking to preclude the state from referencing his ASD diagnosis as an aggravator, but any symptom of his ASD. Given the broad nature of ASD symptoms, the court foresees an issue potentially arising at trial whereby the state makes reference to an action taken by defendant, and that defendant contends is a symptom of his ASD. That evidence is not currently before the court. Thus, at this point, the court will preclude the state from arguing or presenting evidence of the defendant's ASD diagnosis as an aggravator, but it is not in a position to rule on whether any particular evidence must be excluded on grounds that it evidences a symptom of defendant's ASD. The motion is therefore granted in part only. And footnote number 4. To the extent defendant introduces evidence of his ASD as a mitigating factor, the state is allowed to confront that evidence so that the jury can afford it appropriate weight. Idaho Code 19-251.
Right.
5.6. It cannot, however, attach an aggravator label to it.
Gotcha. Welcome, your favorite uncle. Good to see you. Real quick, Eddie, sorry to interrupt. Wisdom said that if she gets Balance to admit what's inside Ray's affidavit, then she can get it before the jury, which would be opportune, in my opinion. Okay, if she can get Nick, if she can talk to Balance, and he says, yeah, okay, so this is what actually happened. We used such and such a person, got this information at some point, so on and so forth. Boom. That right there is going to blow the top off this, okay? Because that in turn right there, that statement, and especially that's what the jury would need to hear, that actually could disbar Ashley Jennings, okay? That's a factual piece of information right there. And that would blow this case out of the water, in my opinion, if that comes up. And I can't imagine Balance lying, okay? I don't think he would. I could be wrong. Don't quote me on that, but it's just a thought. So, but if that's the case, and then he rules that she can state it in front of the jury, then that's it, folks. That right there, prosecutorial misconduct, and that could throw the case out, in my opinion. That's me. Okay, I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that that's what could happen. So that's a big deal. Let me see here. Where'd you leave off, Eddie? I'm sorry.
See, we are on H, motion in limine regarding alternative.
You want me to take over, or are you good?
Sure, take over, and then we'll just kind of.
Okay. That sounds good. We can go back and forth, right?
Take turns.
Okay. This is the alternative perpetrator evidence. This is another important one, okay? The state seeks an order prohibiting defendant from offering alternative perpetrator evidence without first making a showing that such evidence is relevant and admissible. Now, guys, we reviewed this today in a segment of a mainstream media show that we watched. When Bill Thompson stood up and was speaking on this could have just been me, but I have a tendency to feel like the man seemed a bit nervous about this. Okay, he was stuttering around it, voice was cracking. He could have just been having a bad day. I don't know, but he seemed unnerved about this specific motion per se for a reason. I don't know what it is, but that's just my opinion on this, which tells me that there's something there that he knows, in my opinion. Okay. And I think he knows that this is going to cause a problem. So he wants them to be able to come forth. They can't just surprise them and go, ta-da, we have boom, boom, boom. Okay. And what they're going to do is they're going to bring forth these people, but they have to bring forth the proof of it first. And if they don't agree upon it, they're going to try to toss it. That's what I'm guessing is going to happen here, and say, no, you can't bring that one in. Nope, you can't bring that one in. Nope, you can't bring that one in. You know what I mean? So, and that's going to be where this goes back and forth. It's going to be an issue. So, like I said, I think that Thompson knows that she may have either he knows that she may have something of substance with this, or he's really nervous because he has no idea who she has at this point. Okay, we'll see. Okay, so okay, so without first making showing that such evidence would be relevant and admissible under IRE 401 and 403. These rules govern the standard of admissibility for alternate perpetrator evidence. And here we are again with State versus Meister. Bill Thompson himself brought that forth. And I told you about that case being yet another Idaho case where the wrong person was accused. And they ignored the fact that there was somebody else that could have done this. That's what the Meister case was, okay? Anyway. 148 Idaho 236220, page 3D 1055 2009. Mere inferences that another person could have committed the crime will most likely not be relevant. And if relevant, will still be subject to the limitation provisions of IRE 403. The defendant acknowledges his burden under Meister, but argues that the state's motion is premature. According to defendant, this case is full of alternate perpetrators, and he intends to produce offers and of proof as to alternate perpetrators. We've heard that. While the defendant is correct that such offers of proof can be made at trial, this case is not well suited to waiting until the time of trial to do so, particularly if the defendant intends to submit multiple offers of proof. Laying foundation for the admission of the evidence will likely take, which she did say that he plans on introducing multiple alternate perpetrators, will likely take a significant amount of time. After all, now let me read this real fast. Number 4, footnote number 4, to the extent defendant introduces evidence as his ASD as a mitigating factor, the state is allowed to confront that evidence so that the jury can afford it appropriate weight via IC 19-2515-6. It cannot, however, attach an aggravator label to it. I think you already read that, didn't you, Eddie? Maybe you did. If you did, my apologies, guys. So anyway, a significant amount of time. After all, the defendant cannot merely show another person could have committed the crime. Rather, there must be evidence, direct or circumstantial, linking the third person to the actual perpetration of the crime. To Clifford S. Fishman and Ann Toomey, McKenna Jones on evidence 133850, 7th edition, December of 2024 update. To avoid undue delay at trial, the defendant must present the offers of proof no later than May 14th of 2025. So the matter can be addressed at the pretrial conference. The court will reserve ruling on the motion, and that's coming up within a month here, folks. Okay, a little less than a month. So the defendant's motion in limine number. Okay, stop right there. So, do you have anything on that, Eddie? Like any thoughts on that at all? Welcome, Detective Mowry, and hold on, guys. Your favorite uncle. Wonderful to see you guys in here. Anybody else that popped in I haven't seen yet, thank you so much for joining us. I appreciate you very much. Go ahead, bud.
Yeah, it's interesting to hear the language about, the evidence has to meet the threshold, and then it could be direct or circumstantial, which is kind of interesting because this is a circumstantial case, Brian Kohlberger.
Right.
When it's like toasted.
Sorry, bud. Go ahead.
That's okay. So that's, if we judge it by this here case, that's not a very high threshold. But I wonder if the bar is going to get changed, because let's say that there's very compelling evidence that Ann brings about to the judge. Who gets to weigh that evidence? Apparently it's the judge, right? He has to see this evidence about alternate perpetrators.
Right.
So I wonder what that process looks like, because he's not, how does he assess it, right? I wonder.
Yeah, agreed. Yvonne, welcome, by the way, says, so basically the judge wants the defense and prosecution to agree on a lie to tell the jury how they got a tip on BK. Yes, basically, yeah. Backing up a little bit, but yes, that's exactly pretty much what it is, Yvonne. Which, again, is absolutely ridiculous. So, next, IME, welcome. Good to see you tonight. Becky Schreider, welcome to you as well. It's so frustrating that Hitler is making things evident up for debate facts in this case. Beyond frustrating, I agree.
So May 14th, that's the proof.
That's the deadline, yeah.
The deadline, yeah.
Now, when do we have, because I haven't looked at the schedule, when is the next hearing? Does anybody know? Welcome, Brandy. Detective Mowry says the defense will not stipulate to that. It will have to be addressed in the next hearing. That's why I was asking that, Mowry. It's a good point, exactly. You're okay, Yvonne. Take your time. Catch up. Whatever you take. I'll answer questions from the very beginning. I don't care. The 15th, May 16th. So that's why the deadline's the 14th. Okay. So I think May 16th hearing is going to be quite interesting. I really do. Is it the 15th or the 16th? I wrote it down, but it's in my other notebook. I had to start a new notebook yesterday. So, okay. So the 15th to the 16th, I'll figure it out for sure. either way, it's going to be a very interesting hearing, in my opinion. All right, next up, guys, we have the defendant's motion in limine number 14, the statistical analysis. The defendant moves in limine to exclude any misleading comments about the meaning of a likelihood ratio for DNA purposes. Specifically, defendant seeks to avoid attempts to define likelihood ratio through a comparison to the world's population. The state agrees that this type, wait a minute, hold on, that's referring to 6. So what that means, guys, down here through this footnote, defendant's motion is direct. Hold on a minute, you guys, please.
I'll read it. Defendant's motion is directed toward the prosecutor's questioning of a lab analyst at the grand jury proceedings. There, the analyst testified that her DNA testing showed the profile developed from the knife sheath was 5.37 octillion times more likely to be seen if defendant was the source than if an unrelated individual randomly selected from the general population is the source. In an attempt to clarify this result, the prosecutor asked whether this meant that if there were 1.37 octillion people, that it would be that Brian Koberger is one out of that many octillion. The lab analyst explained why this comparison is not a proper way to view a likelihood ratio.
Right. Thank you, sir. Okay. Maury says that the statistic is based on nobody else in the world being related to BK. That's why it's confusing. Right. Exactly. Welcome, Circus Music. Great to have you here. Thank you guys for hitting that algorithm. You guys are amazing. It's crazy. This is Judge Hitler's first murder case. Yeah, I agree with that too. Welcome, Noel. Good to see you. And yes, Sarge, you're all right. I knew what you meant, sir. Let me see. I'm making sure I'm catching everything here. Cap says he doesn't. A couple people don't think the trial is going to happen in August. I think that's possible. It'll be pushed ahead again, but I don't know. It could be. Everybody's dead set on it happening, so we'll see. We'll see. Fingers crossed that it does. But I want to make sure, though. I don't want it rushed. Okay. We heard Ann say the other day that she had an expert look at all this discovery that she's got, this digital stuff, that it could take 3 years to go through all that. That we don't have 3 years. We have 4 months. So if I don't know, we'll see. Thank you, Phil. How do you shouldn't be able to read me, Phil, but you do, and it freaks me out. It's wild. Anyway, back up to where we were, guys. Where did it go? Let me find that little 6. The state agrees that this type of comparison is inappropriate. The court grants defendant's motion insofar as it applies to the question asked by the prosecutor at the grand jury proceedings, which both sides agree was not proper. However, the court will not dictate how the question is to be asked at trial. If defendant believes there is a similar misrepresentation to the likelihood ratio at trial, he can object to that at the time. So there's that. My apologies, guys, for the interruptions. My granddaughter keeps popping in here now, and they're wild at this age. So anyway,
that one's pretty straightforward, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty what it is. So this is the motion limine number 5, inconclusive data. Defendant moves to limit. Go ahead.
Okay. Defendant moves to limit expert testimony about the Idaho State Police Forensic Lab's statistical analysis of a swab taken from the fingernail clippings of Madison Mogan, item Q13.1. The testing revealed a likelihood ratio, LR, in the inconclusive range as to whether defendant was a potential contributor to the DNA mixture. During her grand jury testimony, the lab analyst, Jade Miller, testified that inconclusive meant she was unable to say one way or another whether or not defendant is included in the mixture. Defendant argues this is misleading language in that it allows for an inference that defendant might be included, which he asserts is inaccurate. The state's the state indicates it will not offer the results of Q13.1 as inculpatory evidence, which defendant agrees renders his motion moot. However, the state changes course with regard to the evidence. It must first raise the matter with the court outside the presence of the jury, so the anticipated testimony regarding the meaning of inconclusive can be discussed. At this time, however, the motion is denied as moot.
Well, so basically it's a moot point. What do you think on that, bud?
Well, that's not a win for the defense.
No, definitely not. Definitely not. So I guess we'll see. Next up we have were there any, did we read through? Yeah, the scope of the preclusive effect of this ruling includes suggesting the specific individuals looked at and cleared by law enforcement are alternate perpetrators without first complying with a showing required by this order. And that goes back towards the last one. I forgot to read that. I'm sorry. Okay, the defendant's motion in limine 9, which is excluding the Amazon click activity evidence at trial. Defendant moves to exclude any evidence of the defendant's Amazon purchase history or click activity. That it is out of context, incomplete, and unfairly prejudicial. This evidence will be presented by the state through Shane Cox and Michael Douglas, who will testify simply to what the documentary evidence state, all of which was provided to defendant in discovery. Within this motion, defendants also seek to exclude testimony by Shane Cox and Michael Douglas on grounds that their expert disclosures were insufficient. That will be addressed in a separate order regarding the defendant's motion to exclude vague and undisclosed expert testimony. So, the evidence is highly relevant. A K-bar knife sheath was found lying next to the body of one of the deceased victims, all of whom were stabbed to death. Defendant's DNA was found on the knife sheath. Records from an Amazon account registered to the defendant's name and email. Oh, shoot. How did I just do that? Hold on, guys. Where the hell did it go? Sorry. Show that a purchase of a K-bar knife and sheath was made from the account approximately 8 months prior to the homicides. The click activity on the same account shows the customer also viewed pages associated with K-bar style knives at that time. And in the week following the purchase, viewed pages associated with the shipping progress of the knife and sheath. The product was shipped to Brian Koberger at his family address in Pennsylvania after the homicides. Activity from, the product was shipped to Brian Koberger at his family address in Pennsylvania. Okay. After the homicides, activity from the same account showed the user navigated pages related to the deletion of account activity, and a week later viewed pages associated with a K-bar knife and sheath. This evidence establishes a significant connection between defendant and a K-bar knife and sheath. So there's good reason, because it's out of context the way they're approaching it, you guys, if that makes sense. Oh, okay. Welcome back, Donkey. I hope you're feeling okay. So again, like I said, they're bringing it forth out of context. It's not the way they're explaining it, basically. Okay. So anyway, in addition, there is no basis under IRE 403 to exclude the evidence, particularly given how probative it is. The defendant argues that it is misleading and prejudicial because it paints an incomplete picture of the account activity. Bingo. To this end, the defendant provides the declaration of his expert, David Howell, the founder of a firm specializing in inter alia digital forensics and digital marketplace analytics. According to Mr. Howell, Far more information must be reviewed in order to attribute specific activity to a specific person or otherwise render an opinion about. So it's not as cut and dry as they're trying to make it sound, that he did this and then he went back and tried to replace it. It's not like that, okay? I tried to explain that once before, but it's just hard because of the way the documents read. Second, opinion about user behavior with forensic certainty, including Amazon advertising logs, recommended algorithms, cross-device history, retargeting behavior, account personalization, and device IDs. Defendant is free to challenge this evidence through cross-examination and establish through Mr. Howell why more information is needed to reach the conclusion that defendant made purchases or clicks. However, it is not a basis for exclusion. There is nothing inherently unfairly prejudicial or misleading about the evidence itself. I disagree with this, and we'll discuss this in a minute. It will be up to the jury to consider all the evidence and decide whether defendant was the clicker. Thus, the motion is denied. So, defendant relies in part on IRE 106 to exclude the Amazon click evidence. However, that rule is not an exclusionary rule. 21A Federal Practice and Procedure, EVID, Wright and Miller, 5078, second edition, June 2024 update discussing FRE 106. Rule 106 does not give the opponent the power to prevent the proponent from introducing an incomplete statement. It only gives him the power to require the statement be completed or to complete it himself. Okay. Now, I have issues with this one. Okay. Like I stated, this is not cut and dry how this happened. As I stated before when we talked about it, when something's purchased off of Amazon or looked at on Amazon, if you go back to Amazon, it will show you the same things you've looked at and purchased. Like I said, I collect action figures, okay? And I've purchased many of them through Amazon. So anytime I click on Amazon, as soon as I open it up, it takes me to action figures and it shows me the things that I've looked at or purchased. That doesn't mean that he went specifically and clicked on that to go buy a replacement sheath or anything like that. It means that at some point, yes, he's looked at them, okay? He may have purchased one. We don't know that because they've never produced a receipt on this, but there's a name for it too. It's some kind of advertising or something. Anyway, I saw it before. I can't remember it right now, but anyway, so it's not a clear-cut and correct statement or a clear-cut situation that they can bring forth on this. Okay, it's not evidence in my opinion because there's no proof that he did that. What they're looking at here is the advertisement from Amazon wanting him to buy more or to buy things that are in that same grouping of what he looked at one time. Maybe that's all this is. It doesn't prove anything. There's no proof of that. Targeted advertising. Thank you, Moonlit. That's exactly what it is. Okay, and how many times, Eddie, I know you've done it, that you've looked at something on Amazon and you've gone back to Amazon for something else and it pops up again. You know what I mean?
That's right.
So, and well, I agree with you, Bobby. I agree that anyone on the jury has purchased from Amazon gets notifications when they log into their accounts. They get that they recently bought, or yes, that, okay. And I agree. And I hope that comes to mind. But the way the state is going to present this to the jury is going to be damning in that sense. They're not going to explain it that way. They're going to explain it the way that they can to make him look bad, period. Okay. So that's why I have an issue with this. I hope that you're right, Bobby. And I hope that they use their head on that and go, oh, well, no, I know how this works. And no, there has not yet, Bix, that I've ever seen. No. So,
you know, what's interesting I picked up on in here is, so it says, after the homicides, activity from the same account showed the user navigated pages related to the deletion of account activity. And a week later, viewed pages associated with a K-bar knife and sheath. That's interesting. Did you notice that?
I agreed. Sorry, I thought I was unmuted. What are your thoughts?
Well, that's new information to all of us.
Of course.
So
Where's
after
that
the
at?
homicides, well, that, after the homicide, that begins, that starts on November 13th, so it'll be interesting to know, if that's true. When did that activity, occur?
What date did that happen on? Right.
Yeah. Also,
Can
during
you?
the hearing,
She wants you to read that one more time, Eddie, if you don't mind.
okay.
Bud.
After the homicides, activity from the same account showed the user navigated pages related to the deletion of account activity, and a week later, viewed pages associated with a K-bar knife and sheath.
Did you get it that time? Welcome, Brian. Good to see you, buddy. Thank you for joining us. How do you delete on Amazon? I don't know that you can delete the advertisements. Now you can delete. Well, wait, can you delete what you've looked at? Your search history on that? Can you do that on Amazon? I've never done it, so I don't know, but
What's interesting? This could be like word, manipulation of words and ideas, right? Because
agreed.
like when I try, let's say, I don't know, I try to like do something with the settings of my account, and that happens like once in a blue moon. So when I do that, I struggle, and I'm like all over these, how do I get there again? And I like click on just about everything, and I'm in settings, and then
right.
there's the pages that you can, have to go through to get to where you want to go can be quite confusing because you don't do it all the time. So
right.
you see what I'm saying? Like if someone was like struggling like me, they wanted to, I don't know, do something basic with their account, and they were on those pages, right? And those pages gives you like bullet points. There's a list of all things you can do. And you're only after one of them, not all, many that they list. So I wonder if that's what we're reading here, right?
It could be because they do a lot of word salad. We know that. So it could be. It could be. Now, a lot of people have said that Alicia said you can hide them, but you can never actually delete them. Now, here's something I need to point out too, guys. This is a family account. Okay, so they all have the same access here. Who knows what happened? Okay. And who knows who did anything in this account? Who knows what was going on with this account with everybody in it? That has to be remembered. And it's not brought up in here too often. They don't remind people that this is a family account and that multiple people could have looked at this too. Okay. So there's that. And that's true. Vix is right. Knife and sheath browsing doesn't make you a murderer. Also, it says he revisited deleted account activity, not that he deleted. So yeah. Bobby says again, I think Ann will be smart enough to ask the witness on cross about the Amazon recommendations or buy again. That's what that's exactly what I'm banking on, Bobby, right there. And I know she will. She's too smart not to. Let me see here. Just catching up with you guys. Okay. So she's asking, are they saying that he deleted the original purchase and then revisited it after the crime? That's what is that what you were saying too, Eddie? Or are you?
Yeah, they don't say it like that.
Right.
But they suggest it, right?
Yeah. Yep.
They're like it feels like they're trying to be clever with the way they're saying that. And that's why I threw in there, like, if you go to account settings to try to, perform some type of activity with your with any of your accounts, and you don't do it that often, you can get kind of lost in the layers of pages that you need to navigate through to get there And so let's say he was, or someone was experiencing that. They were just kind of all over trying to perform some other type of function with their account, not deleting stuff, but just so happened that, you know, these layers of pages, they were on that page where they could have clicked, you know, to go that way, but that wasn't their intent.
Well, that's what I brought that whole family account statement up for, because we don't know. Michael could have went in there and started sorting through things and looking at stuff. We don't know that. One of his sisters could have went in and started moving things around, deleting things, because that's not their interest, so they don't want to see it. You know what I'm saying? So I mean, there's many things that could have happened here, and they refuse to throw the whole. I think I've heard it one time, but they refused to put in here that this was a family active account, that each member of the family was using this account. And I believe that they did that because one of them has Prime. They added it to the account so that you don't have to get the delivery fees and all that stuff. And it's kind of a smart thing to do so that the entire family can use it and only one person has to pay for Prime. You know what I'm saying? So that's probably why they do this like this. I get it. By the way, Marianne, thank you so much for joining us tonight. I hope to see you come back again. I hope you have a wonderful Easter if we don't see you. And I'm grateful to have met you and to have had you here. Thank you so much. Yeah,
Dago, real quick. I also noticed during the hearing that the defense lacks the metadata behind the household Amazon purchases to give it full context.
Right. Yes, that is true. That is true. That's interesting too, bud. For sure. Ladybug Welcome says a lot of people looked up K-Bar knife on Amazon once it was released in the news. Not surprising, someone who studies crime would as well. That's a very good point, Ladybug. And that can be actually, the defense could use that. In essence, this guy is going to school, you know, for criminology stuff. So yeah, that could be a good point. Again, it says you can't actually delete it. You can hide it, and it will always be in Amazon database. So there you go. Welcome, Sarge. Thanks for joining us, bud.
Don't let Eddie know I'm here. I was trying to sneak up on Eddie.
Hey, hey, Sergeant, how you doing?
I'm doing good.
I just have one last thing. We're on this K-Bar. One last thing to point out. Do you recall one of these last times I've been on the panel with you, I pointed out the first time in this case that we heard K-Bar, specifically K-Bar brand knife. And of course, the first time really, in all actuality, it was the PCA.
Yes.
Right? But I pulled up an article, and I believe it was dated November 17th. And you pulled it up. It was a Fox article, if I recall. Right. And there was actually a K-Bar knife picture, which my reason for pointing it out is to show how there are this propaganda campaign, you know,
right,
that was on purpose. That was specifically put out there like that in order to achieve some purpose.
Yeah, of course.
And again, November 17th, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. So there's that.
Yes, absolutely. Very good point. Very good point.
Someone did ask me a question I think deserves a direct reply.
Go ahead, Sarge.
And stomach acid prevents pregnancy, just for those that aren't sure.
Jesus. So be it. You're a mess, bro. You're a mess. By the way, great video earlier today. I was going to review that a little bit tonight too, if we had time, because I think you did a good job.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I think you did.
I kind of like. I've been sitting here patiently listening, because I do like to hear Eddie's little take on stuff. And,
absolutely.
Yeah. And are you the Eddie that Harsh refers to as in collaboration?
I don't think so.
Oh, then he's got.
There's no way I could be, unless it's some type of a thing that I'm unaware of. But
okay, no, I just he says that him and his buddy Eddie collaborate in the background, and I'm thinking, oh, that's at least he's trying to deal with someone that's you know, that's you. If I thought it was
that's
you.
Common sense.
Yeah. And you strive for the truth, not just some whimsical fantasy to fit some hole, you know.
I've had more people ask me that too. If you have been in touch with Harsh and go back and forth with him, I said I don't know. You guys can ask him, but I wasn't sure. So
it makes me wonder if he's doing it in like a joking way.
maybe, or unless he actually knows somebody named Eddie that he's talking to too. But yeah, it could be either way.
Well, and someone asked if I was an ex-policeman or anything like that, and the answer is no. The name is Sergeant Friday because I'm obsessed with facts, just the facts, man.
It could be an imaginary friend of his too.
Possible, very possible.
It could be, I don't know, but he's mentioned the name Eddie a number of times. It just makes, and for a while he was mentioning it, and I hadn't seen you around, and I'm thinking, I wonder if he's talking about the guy Eddie we all know, and I wanted to ask you that the last few times you've been on here, but it just came to me today.
Yeah, I don't think it is, but
yeah.
He
about notes. Look at what Tomboy said.
Yeah, whoever Eddie is, he showed notes from Eddie. So
yeah, and he's a note taker, and he's fastidious.
I think that's why everybody thought it was you, Bud, because of your note taking.
The notes, okay.
Yeah, that's why it made sense.
Different Eddie.
Yeah, it's not this one, but we got this. This Eddie is our Eddie, not his Eddie.
We like our Eddie, and we don't know much about his Eddie, so we're stuck with the Eddie that we like, right?
Exactly.
Better to have the one you like than the one you don't know.
That's 100% right. There you go. So there's two Eddies out there.
That's right. I'm your Eddie. That's right.
That's it. This is our Eddie.
Our Eddie. Nobody can singularly take possession thereof.
100%. There we go.
We'll bring a case against you in civil court.
Yes, and we're keeping our Eddie, so leave him alone. we got the good Eddie. That's right.
I was waiting to see this next one here, the timing advance records.
This is the one we're getting into next.
So I'll shut up and thanks for bringing me up here. Though I'll hang out.
Oh no! I always enjoy having you both up here. The only thing that would make this perfect is if Annie joined us, so that would be good. Either way, so this motion was denied. By the way, guys, it says it right there. Thus, this motion is denied once again. So okay, on we go to this is the big one in my opinion. The timing advance records. Is it my turn or yours, Eddie?
I think it's mine.
Okay.
The state moves in limine to prohibit the defense from making any reference to the absence of AT&T timing advance records, TA records, related to a defendant's cell phone. By the way, pause me at any time if you want to, jump in or comment. The state contends it never received such records from AT&T in response to its subpoenas, and therefore any statements by defendant that the records could have or should have been provided to a defendant should not be allowed, as it mischaracterizes the evidence, will mislead the jury, waste time, and cause undue delay. In support, the state provides certificates of authenticity AT&T for each of the two warrants, stating that it did not provide timing advance records for phone number 509-592-8458 because such records were, at that time, only available if requested within 7 days of the specified time frame. Footnote number 9. The homicides occurred on November 13th, 2022. Defendant first became a person of interest on December 19th, 2022. The two AT&T warrants were issued on December 23rd, 2022. Thus, timing advance records for defendant that could have been of any relevance had long been discarded by AT&T and no longer exist.
Line number, whatever it is. I don't know where you left off, Bud. Where were you at?
I can pick it
right
up.
Okay, go ahead.
Defendant, relying largely on the affidavit of its expert Cy is adamant that the state did receive the documents, which he argues are exculpatory, and is hiding them. Defendant points out he has a constitutional right to challenge evidence against him and therefore must be allowed to explore the state's misrepresentation as to the availability of the records. The 6th and 14th Amendments guarantee a criminal defendant a meaningful opportunity to present a complete defense. Crane versus Kentucky 476, US 683, 690, 1986. Internal quotation marks omitted. This includes the right to confront and effectively cross-examine a witness. I'm going to bypass all these.
Case law, jump over. But if any of the footnotes are relevant, that'd be helpful.
However, these rights are not absolute. The trial court may reasonably limit cross-examination that is harassing, confusing, repetitive, or only marginally relevant. The Confrontation Clause guarantees an opportunity for effective cross-examination, not cross-examination that is effective in whatever way and to whatever extent the defense might wish. Additionally, a defendant has no right to present irrelevant evidence, and even if evidence is relevant, it may be excluded in certain cases. Applying these principles here, defendant will be allowed to voir dire special agent balance outside the presence of the jury to ask whether he received defendant's TA records covering the early morning hours of November 13th and the months prior, when defendant was believed to have been in the area of 1122 King Road. However, if agent balance denies having received the timing advance records, defendant may not explore the matter further, either in voir dire or before the jury, given the absolute lack of any factual basis supporting his position that the state is hiding them. Footnote 10. Thus, the state's motion is granted, except as qualified regarding the very brief voir dire outside the presence of the jury. Footnote 10. Mr. Ray's affidavit, which forms the basis of the defendant's challenge, is replete with speculation and unfounded, and thus highly improper accusations against the state. Further, not once in his affidavit does he address AT&T's 7-day retention period, which fully explains why the state was unable to obtain relevant timing advance records for defendant.
Can we talk a couple seconds about this?
Absolutely.
Okay, so is there evidence to support the position that they were in possession of those documents? Does Ann have in discovery?
I think Cy does. And I think she may too. Okay. Now here's the thing, guys.
In what form do you I mean, here's the thing. I don't think the judge would prove this if she had documentation proving they had them records.
Maybe an affidavit from the person that handed the records over. In my opinion, I'm just saying.
Okay.
Because they did put a name out there. And here's the thing. Hipper keeps going back to this stupid 7-day thing. That doesn't stand by this because they didn't use the GLDC. Okay? They went around that. The GLDC didn't even exist at that point.
Right.
They went
I
all the way
get that.
Right. So they went around that and used a private entity, as the FBI would do, to get what they had to do and to get what they had to get.
Well, I don't think that you're understanding that right. I don't suspect that there was any private entity. I think what I've heard is that the FBI has access to these records because AT&T keeps them. And although you must only request a period of 7 days, I don't think that's because they don't maintain the records. It's because they're not going to waste their time and go beyond 7 days. That's my understanding of this record fiasco. Right? That the FBI has the ability to get access or get given to them up to 2 years of these advanced timing records. Right? But that may be through a counterterrorism program or some other nonsense, but that AT&T offers up a 7-day period as their policy or as the standard procedure to any inquiry by standard law enforcement. And beyond the 7-day period, they're like, don't bother us. Am I mistaken here, Eddie?
Yeah. What you're saying seems to make sense to me.
Yeah, it does. But here's the thing, Sarge. The 7 days isn't even right. When we went and looked it up, it's actually 7 years. Okay.
It's 13
So-
months, Tomboy says. Okay.
Wait, what'd she say?
Tomboy said 13 months.
Well, for one of them, yeah, but there was a 7-year period of time where it showed clearly in that category that's what it was. But either way, the point is it's beyond this 7-day period that doesn't even matter. Truly, it's not relevant. So it just bugs the hell out of me.
And I'm going to say this just so people know. This is one of the most interesting parts of the trial that I've seen so far.
It is
because a good attorney will never ask a witness, whether it be for them or against them, a question they don't already have the answer to.
right.
So her sticking to this issue suggests to me
He has it. Yeah.
that the answer's got some nuances to it that indicates that somebody had access or had visibility or hands on these records. And it may have not even been, is it Nick Ballister calling out?
Yeah.
Okay. It may not even have been him directly, but somebody within his division.
Well, and that's why they believe that he'll tell the truth, per se. It was stated that it's thought that he'll tell the truth. And I believe he probably will.
I think Moonlit Baby, if again, she's not going to ask a question that she can't support the answer to. It's not just in other words, it's not just knowing that, oh yeah, that Sergeant Friday is Italian. You know, but you don't know what else I am. And so you wouldn't ask that question, what's your nationality? Because you don't know that there's two other. So that's how lawyers operate. If they're good, they know the complete answer. And Nick may say, I never had them, but her next question may be a document showing that the FBI did in fact receive them.
And that's where this, right.
And a new name may come out that nobody's heard of so far.
That's where this is going to be a catch, because Ashley stated, we've never had them, don't have them. So, well, maybe she's right, but the FBI does.
Can I ask another question and then I'll be quiet? Them having them or not having them, in one way, how does that affect their determination of Brian's location or what have you? How is not having them or even having them alter what their point is that Brian's the murderer? Addie, you got any idea?
Could you ask that again, please?
How does the time in advance records being in the possession of the police or not being in the possession of the police change this case? So let's say they did have them,
That would
and
be
they're
his
not
alibi.
telling the truth. Okay, it's a Brady violation. But does having them or not having them put Brian Kohlberger in the house?
It puts him, it tells you where he was that night, and based on what they're stating, Sai says he wasn't there. He wasn't there. Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'll be quiet.
It's kind of no, you don't have to. It's kind of important though. You got anything else with this too, Eddie?
Well, just one last thing, because a lot of people are saying it. I'll scroll up to where I read it.
Up here.
Something to the effect of he can just deny it.
Who, Balance?
Yeah.
He could. Yeah, he could.
And that is true. A saying at the agency is admit nothing, deny everything, and make counter accusations.
Agreed, and he can now.
Not to my recollection would be how he would probably address that if he's going to.
Right. Not that I recall, of course. But here's the problem with that. If he does that, that's going to look worse. If Ann comes forth and says, well, we have this now, and it says this, this, and this, and that's proof of it, then we're gonna have an issue.
It's possible. You would think that if in this 61 or what this megabyte of discovery, if there's something in there that's making her hang on to this like a pit bull. Does she have something in the discovery that's not really been? It's not going to be used by the prosecution, but just because the discovery that they're handing over to you is only what they use, the complete pile of discovery has loads of information that may be exculpatory, and they're choosing not to use it. So maybe, in other words, maybe in these document dumps, the 52 card pickup, there's something that's given her the idea, or even Cyrady idea, that the determination they made can only be made based on using advanced timing records.
Well, it came from these emails that her and Cyrady both have that Joanne's talking about here, between Balance, Ashley Jennings, and Bill Thompson that were put out. There's something within those emails that gives her
right
what she needs. And if she produces these emails and it's in there you go. You know what I mean? So
those emails would not have been part of discovery. That would have been a product of their own investigative
their
work.
investigation, yeah.
Uh-huh.
And that's why this is quite interesting to me, because I gotta wonder if they pulled these emails, what else have they pulled? What else have they found based on their investigation? Because she has stated more than once, and so has Eliza.
That's why I'm excited to see how this is handled in court by Ann, and what actually does come forward.
Yes.
Right? Because she's given them all the opportunity in the world to admit to it.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. And that's it, Bobby, right there, bud. I've been saying this for a while now. Would he actually put his career and his pension, 30 years, okay, on the line for lying under oath in court? I do not believe that. Absolutely not.
Yeah, I don't use that as a basis to balance it. I don't agree with that statement. And that people nowadays, people will lie for a tic tac. You know what I mean? And bad news gets buried in the news media cycles of, right? I mean, I don't know. Look what happened to that guy that lied on the O.J. Simpson case, and now he's an advisor to Fox News. The guy that didn't he try to entrap him? He planted evidence or something.
Yeah.
One cop in the O.J. case, and now he's like this famous guy that gets part of truth. So you know, in a world that we're living it through the eyes of normal people, like that. I forgot who posted that comment. Decent everyday human beings like us wouldn't risk what we've earned and built, but these people a lot of times they're not on the same level of decency that most of us view the world through. Mark Furman, that's it. Yeah. And that guy, how did his trying to frame OJ ruin his life? Didn't at all.
Well, yeah, he was brought up in this case, actually. It's crazy.
Yeah, I know.
He's a Fed. They would move to federal court, then invoke sovereignty and dismiss.
He trained them, so you know he helps train the police on how to work and interpret these records and understand what you're looking at and how to. Anyway,
all right.
But again, I don't put it past the guy, because the guy's got the only thing he doesn't have to lose is repetition. I mean, that's why McDonald's keeps advertising every day, moment after, because it's not, you know, repetition is the key. And that guy Mark Furman, I always refer to that guy as an example of, you know, people don't worry about their own personal reputation. They're whatever their motives are, it doesn't include that a lot of times.
Right. Hey, Stormy, I think this is going to be a big deal. Okay, if there's any form, and I agree with Sarge on this, guys. He's right. A good attorney is not going to, which she did the same thing with Payne. Okay, when she's got somebody on the stand, ask certain questions if they don't have the answers to that. Okay, and I think that's what this is about. She knows she has something, and she's holding on to this, like he said, like a guard dog. Okay, she's not letting go of this, and this is big for her, I think, too. So going forward, this is what I think. Like I said. And I don't know, and I don't know what the prosecution is going to do with this when this happens, but we'll see. I don't know. I don't know. So, anything else on this? Either one of you two before we move forward to the next one?
No.
Nope. No. Okay, let me check chat to make sure everybody. The file names are why they know it was a different source from normal AT&T channels. Thank you, sir. Good point. Darn well I'm good if the ATM mentions she got receipts. Yes, I agree.
It may in fact be what people are saying. There may be a subcontractor that handles that part of their business. So that goes with anyone. I don't produce the materials my construction company installs, nor do I deliver them, nor do I. So in other words, a business is more complex than just saying, you know, that guy did my kitchen. Well, yeah, he did your kitchen, but he didn't make the handles, the hinges, the cabinets. You follow me? So it's Absolutely. All of those other companies that are involved behind the scenes that support AT&T's business. So through that process, they may in fact have got the documents, and saying that they didn't get them from AT&T isn't technically a lie.
Well,
because
no,
AT&T didn't supply them. And the question should be, did you obtain advanced timing records through AT&T or any other means or methods? And now they have no wiggle room in their answer, because everything they're arguing about here is AT&T, and they keep being specific. Timing advanced records, AT&T. if in fact it is a separate division or a outside contractor that's able to produce and give this to the FBI, that question she'll answer the question as I had just stated it here.
Well, it was this Boyd Jackson that worked for AT&T that they got based on what Cy and stated that's where it came from. He was in a different department, from my understanding, through AT&T, and that's how they got him. So we'll see.
Yeah, this would be an interesting part of the trial.
Agreed. Very much so.
I'm going to have my shovel ready so they can bury these sons of bitches.
Agreed. I think a lot of people are ready for that. I agree with that too. All right. So all right, guys, hold on. I'm trying to set something. All right, guys, sorry about that. Okay, now, next up, we had the K, State's motion to limine read the self-authentication of records in reliance on IRE 803.6, 8, 9024, 11, and IRE 803.24. Candy girl, good to see you, dear. Thank you for joining us tonight. Okay, so, wait, is this me or you, Eddie?
It doesn't matter.
I think it's me now because you had read that whole thing before. The state moves in limine to permit the admission of approximately 60 exhibits pursuant to IRE 803, 6, 8, and or 24. The state represents that it will obtain and submit certifications for the foregoing exhibits to render them self-authenticating. Under IRE 9024 and or 11, however, as the state acknowledges, IRE 902.11 contains a notice requirement that has not been satisfied. To this end, the court will require that after proper notice is given under IRE 902.11, the parties are to meet and confer regarding self-authentication and any objections defendant may have to specific exhibits prior to raising the issue with the court. The court's ruling on the motion is reserved. And I should have read this down here before. Mr. Ray's affidavit, which forms the basis on the defendant's challenge is replete with speculation and unfounded and thus highly improper accusations against the state. Further, not once in this affidavit. Oh, that you already read that. I'm sorry, guys. Okay. So anyway, we know what that was all about. So this one here is the self-authentication. Do either one of you two have a statement on this one at all?
No,
I'm good.
I didn't think it's not really that thing, but okay. All right, and we are at L now.
State's motion in limine regarding admissibility of demonstrative evidence. The state seeks permission to use a not-to-scale 3D model.
Wait. Is that demonstrative or demonstrative?
Demonstrative.
Gotcha.
You're right. Okay. Of the 1122 King Road residence as a demonstrative exhibit at trial, contingent on the state laying sufficient foundation to establish the basic accuracy of the model and a demonstration that it will be helpful to explaining the testimony of the presenting witnesses. The state contends the model will aid certain witnesses in describing their testimony. Defendant objects, arguing the state's drawing of the model and other related information was only recently disclosed in discovery in a file defendant describes as massive. Defendant claims the data and model cannot reasonably be evaluated by its expert in time. Defendant disputes that the model is relevant, and even if it was, claims it should be excluded under IRE 403 due to the danger it might not be accurate. The trial court has discretion in allowing the admission of demonstrative evidence. Here, the court finds the demonstrative exhibit is relevant, assuming foundation can be laid because it will supplement the testimony of witnesses or assist the jury in obtaining a better understanding of facts in issue. The homicides occurred in 2 bedrooms within a 3-story home with a complicated layout. I'm going to pause right there because
Yes, sir.
it says that the homicides occurred in 2 bedrooms. And, the first thing I'm thinking about is how do we know that? How do we know that a cleanup didn't occur? Diego, I'm getting
That's what. Just so you know, I understand what you're pointing to. Let's throw this out there because it's a commonly held theory that they were killed elsewhere and then deposited in their rooms. We can't that can't even be discussed because the information that the state is presenting at trial to make the accusation and attempt to convict Brian is in fact the crime scene under the conditions that were being read right here. Can you contest that as a defense? Sure. But in other words, you're simply looking at the state's explanation of the crime and that it took place in these 2 bedrooms, and this is what they found, and this is the images of it, this is the demonstration model of it, and that there's nothing out of bounds in that. As to whether that's an accurate depiction of the crime isn't really important.
No, I get that. And that's what I've been talking about. And I even mentioned as much before you jumped up on panel. Because that's like these 2 truths or 2 realities, I guess, in this case, is one really happened and the other one, the state is saying that it happened. And they turn over discovery to the defense as to what, they want the narrative to be. And I'm just pointing it out. But no, what you're saying is right. And I totally understand what you're saying.
I didn't mean to interrupt the direction you were going, so I apologize there.
The suspect's ability to enter the home, carrying out the stabbings and exit the home consistent with DM's observations will be a central point of the trial, particularly given that defendant is challenging whether it could be accomplished by one person within the time frame alleged. The model will aid the testimony of lay witnesses and experts alike in explaining the locations of victims, witnesses, and other items of evidence, as well as understanding the suspect's potential or likely path of travel. Moreover, though it is not to scale, accuracy is not the standard governing relevant of illustrative evidence. Rather, the illustrative evidence must only be relevant to the witness's testimony. So long as the exhibit is not deceptive, it does not have to be shown to be precisely accurate or consistent with the testimony of other witnesses.
Yeah, I understand.
Diagram properly admitted where not to scale and admittedly inconsistent with another's witness testimony. Footnote 13. I'm going to hop down there. Forensics artist model of crime victims' head properly admitted despite discrepancies in size. Discrepancies were small and jury was aware of them. State versus Hall. Images illustrating experts' opinion about how victim was tied after death admissible, even if they did not exactly depict the event. Okay, back up to where we left off. While defendant's expert, Mr. Nodal, contends there is a risk the state's model could be misleading if it misrepresents the location of a wall or door or an actual line of sight, those are simply concerns at this point. The state intends to lay foundation to establish that the 3D model fairly depicts the residence, and if it fails to do so, the model will not be allowed. Further, defendant is free to cross-examine the testifying witness and to put on his own evidence, including experts. He may also use his own demonstrative exhibits if proper foundation is laid. However, the state is not going to be held to a standard of precise accuracy in this regard. It will only need to demonstrate accuracy to the point of avoiding deception. In addition, there is no basis under IRE 403 to exclude the model. Defendant contends that allowing the model is prejudicial because it is built from data that was untimely disclosed and which its experts have little time to analyze for accuracy. Footnote 14. Defendant also argues it is prejudicial to the extent it is not accurate, but the court rejects that argument for the same reason it rejects defendant's relevancy argument. Back up to where we left off at footnote 14. While this might be more compelling issue if the state was seeking to introduce the model as substantive evidence or seeking to have the model accompany the jury during deliberations, it is not. It is simply going to be used as an educational device meant to aid in the presentation of evidence and will not go back with the jury during deliberations. Discussing the difference between demonstrative exhibit and substantive evidence. Moreover, as discussed, Mr. Nodell's concerns about his time constraints are based on his impression that he will have to analyze the underlying data to ensure the model's proper scale, dimensions, and completeness.
Yeah, here's my problem with this only goes, it's like a personal thing. If the jury needed to know the layout of the crime scene, they should never have taken the house down. I don't, and I think that's really the issue here.
Well, that was my issue with them taking the house down in the beginning, was that I didn't think
that's exactly how I would present to the jury.
Right.
So this is a representation that's not accurate in dimension or scale, and I would get the model maker to say yes, and I'd say, well, doesn't that suggest maybe the house should never have been taken down? I object, and she'll say, question withdrawn, Your Honor. I mean, to me, this is a clusterfuck.
Agreed.
Because there are specifics about the way that house is laid out that limit her view, Dylan's view, that limit the description that she gave based on an exact location of when she made and where she made the description. Was it while he was standing on the same level floor as her? Was it when he was still walking from the living area towards her? Where did her impression or understanding of his height and these observations of appearance, where did they take place? And a model just doesn't sufficiently support that unless it does have the difference in floor height.
Well, I mean, which I doubt, but yeah, you're right.
There's nuances.
Not to mention, Sarge, if they go into these other, granted, there was 2 rooms, according to them, that the murders took place in. Granted, that's great. They still need, in my opinion, the kitchen to show the slider door, the distance between her bedroom door and the slider, the hallway that leads to Xana's bedroom, the 3rd floor, up and down the stairwell to show that, the bottom floor to show where, based on the text messages,
where Bethany was.
Yeah, that Dylan ran to the room for it. None of that's going to be in that now, because all we have now are this model of these 2 rooms, so on and so forth. That to me was why the house should have never been touched.
Yeah, so, should have been left standing.
I agree, and the defense was okay with it, as well as the prosecution, which I never understood. But
prosecution has law on its side, so just so people realize, and it isn't the fact that she couldn't have fought it, but law in Idaho allows for this.
Right.
Which is, it just seems so counter fucking intuitive and ignorant that there's a law that actually allows the prosecution to destroy potential evidence.
Agreed.
Right?
I've never seen that before this case.
Neither have I.
Real quick, Bobby said, dumb question. Since I'm on the verge of being highly intoxicated, How often has prosecution relied upon a self-admitted intoxicated person statement as evidence in a case? No idea, Bobby.
The experts. That's what you ask the experts.
Right. And this is, in my opinion, that's why it's an unreliable witness. So, there's that. But just saying, thank you, Bobby.
And I to be very honest with you, if Ann listens to any of this, I volunteer to attend that courtroom as a concerned citizen, and I will put on bushy eyebrows.
Right.
And I will sit on the defense side of the room.
So be it. So be it. I'll drive you there, Sarge.
Don't worry, I'll fly.
I figured.
Friendly skies. You see the new United Airline commercials?
No.
They're so friendly.
Gotcha. So, potential. You read all the rest of this, right, Eddie?
There's just a couple more sentences.
Go ahead.
Again, accuracy is not the standard. Mr. Nodell need only assure himself the model is not deceptive, and there is sufficient time to do this given the August trial date. To this end, the state is to make the model available to defendant as soon as it is completed, and no later than the pretrial conference. The motion is granted.
Can I ask a question of controversy?
Absolutely.
Eddie?
Yeah.
When the chat room has pointed out that your term demonstrative is correct and demonstrative is not. So demonstrative to me says it could be demonstrative or demonstrative.
What's the definition and difference between the two?
I'm searching Google right now.
I bet it's right both ways. Funny you point that out, because all throughout these motions in limine, I've only heard it pronounced demonstrative.
Me too.
And I think that's probably why I
See,
took up saying it that way. But
Cambridge says it talks about
you're showing your feelings.
Huh?
Just hold that thought. I was almost finished with my thought.
Go ahead.
So I was saying demonstrative, and then when you corrected me, I'm like, well, it makes total sense. It's demonstrative, because the root word being demonstrate. But when I was trying to say demonstrative, it does not seem right. It doesn't. I don't know. Doesn't
seem like a real word.
The effect of being correct when I'm trying to say it. I just throwing that out there.
Well, I just Googled it, and the definition of demonstrative is it says you show your feelings or behave in a way that shows your love. So when you just highlight these words and click search Google, and that's what I do on all words I don't understand.
Right.
And what is demonstrative it just seems.
How does it relate to this?
Yeah, demonstrative. The English language is like the most effed up. Like knife has to have a K in it. Phone has to have a P in it.
A knife.
I'm going to speak Chinese from now on. The hell with it all.
Either way. All right. Thank you, Sarge and Eddie both. All right. On to the next. This is another big one. Welcome, Don. So this would be M, the state's motion to limine re the alibi. The state moves to preclude that the defendant from. Hold on a minute, guys. 1 second.
While we're holding on for 1 second, last thought is the word that was giving me the most trouble in that paragraph is substantive.
No, he just said it right. Substantive.
Substantive.
We have such a
I give up.
Substantiating. It means substantiating, substantive.
I've got all the foul words memorized. The rest of them I'm confused.
Right, go ahead, Dick.
There we go. Good stuff, buddy. The state moves to preclude defendant from offering any evidence in support of an alibi other than from defendant himself. The basis for the state's motion is defendant's failure to comply with the notice requirements governing alibi evidence pursuant to IC 19-519-1 and ICR 12-1. If requested by the state during discovery, a defendant intending to offer an alibi must file a notice listing the specific place or places at which the defendant claims to have been at the time of the alleged offense, the names and addresses of the witnesses upon whom he intends to rely to establish such alibi. The court has the discretion to exclude testimony of any undisclosed witnesses offered as a defendant's absence from at the scene of the offense. Again, that's IC 19-519-4. An alibi is a defense based on the physical impossibility of the defendant's guilt by placing the defendant in a what did I just do? An alibi in a location other than the scene of the crime at the relevant time. Black's Law. That's the dictionary, 12th edition, 2024. Hence, in setting forth the notice requirements for the alibi defense, IC 19-519 and ICR 12-1 require a defendant to proffer evidence establishing where the defendant was at the time of the alleged offense. Evidence only counts as alibi evidence if it proves that the defendant could not have been present at the scene of the offense at the time that it was committed. Number 1, Lane Fred J.D. Lane Goldstein Trial Technique 445 3D 3rd edition. November 2024 update. Collecting cases. If any alibi fails to account for a defendant's whereabouts for at least some period of time during which the crime was reasonably committed, it is not an alibi. The defendant was not entitled to an alibi instruction when his witnesses did not account for his whereabouts at the time of the offense. At this point, defendant has only provided notice that he was out driving in the early morning hours of November 13th of 2022 throughout the area south of Pullman, Washington, and west of Moscow, Idaho. He intends to present testimony by his expert, Cy Ray, to partially corroborate his alibi using CSLI data from the defendant's cell phone. However, the alleged offense occurred between approximately 4:07 a.m. and 4:20 a.m. At most, Mr. Ray can opine as to where defendant's cell phone was up until 2:54 a.m. when it was apparently turned off, and approximately 4:48 a.m. when it began reporting to a network. Defendant has provided no evidence as to his location at the time of the crime. In other words, he has provided no alibi evidence as contemplated by all the rules. Okay, hold on.
Okay, there's that time at 2:54, and the PCA said 2:47.
Yep, and that's what it is.
That's the missing 7 minutes, and I recommend people watch Heather's clip on that if you don't mind saying that.
Absolutely, please do.
Missing 7 minutes. Yeah,
please do. Randy Furr, what's happening, buddy? Good to see you. Donnie, I keep putting you up here, bud, and it keeps dropping out. I don't know what's going on, but okay, here we go again. So yeah, going down to this scene. That's all right. This does not preclude defendant from presenting Mr. Ray's testimony at trial to rebut any contention by the state that defendant's vehicle was seen on surveillance camera driving to Moscow around the same time Mr. Ray contends he was south of Pullman. However, defendant may not refer to it as an alibi or partial alibi prior to closing at that time. Defendant is instructed to address the issue outside the presence of the jury for guidance on what language related to alibi of any sort may be used. Backing back up to that said, the court will not categorically preclude defendant at this point from offering alibi evidence at trial. Whether to exclude late disclosed alibi evidence requires weighing prejudice to the state against the defendant's right to a fair trial and considering less severe remedies are sufficient. ID are still 4 months until trial begins. If defendant does unearth alibi evidence, it is his obligation to immediately make the state and the court aware of it. At that point, the court can apply the Juarez standard, and excluding it at this time is premature, and therefore the motion is denied, again, subject to being re-raised if defendant does disclose alibi evidence. However, at this point, defendant has not provided an alibi, partial or otherwise. So there's that. Welcome, Paula Coco, Gen 7, Randy Furr. Let me see. Poochie, hello and welcome. Let me catch your questions, guys. Hang on until we get through this document here. Beckles, good to see you as well, and I'll go back through them all. Walking in, welcome to you.
Did these just drop today, Dago, or these follow up from the hearing?
These are these are all the motions that he has, how he's ruled on them, Don.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Next up, we have the state's 404B notice prior traffic stop.
Wait, are we moving right along? Because what you just read, that was like a significant one for the defense. Does anybody have any thoughts?
We can talk about it for sure. I think this is a big deal because
they brought this up. I thought they brought that up a couple times already. I think this is like the 4th or 5th time this has been brought up.
Well, this is the motion that was put out, Dawn, and that's why this is the ruling on it. It's hard to hear you again. You sound like you're in a box, bud.
Okay, I'm sorry.
That's okay. I just wanted to let you know. Sarge, you got anything on this, or Eddie?
Yeah, real quick. To me, this one, I think it ties in with the AT&T timing advance because his partial alibi is his whereabouts, which Cy Ray would probably be able to prove with the timing advance. Am I correct? There's the echo again.
Yeah, I hear it now.
So if I keep hearing like a background noise.
Shouldn't be me. I mean, I had my mic off. I just turned it back on.
Okay.
How about now?
Okay, so if they don't allow Cy Ray and whatever he's got, right, then that pretty much defeats any alibi that he has.
Pretty much, in a sense. But, yeah. I mean, it's widely known he wasn't there. And that's the proof that Cy has of that. So if they don't allow, you're right.
I don't think they're going to deny. I mean, we'll find out as this gets read, but I don't suspect that they're going to allow the cross-examination of these records. In other words, the state's going to claim that these records establish his intent to go that way, right? Blah, blah, blah. They also can't use phone records at this point to say he was there because they don't exist. However, the fact that they're going to be talking about the phone as part of their accusations, I don't think that they can actually eliminate Cy. Even though Cy, you can argue his testimony is an alibi, it is a statement of fact to the information. And if that places Brian somewhere else, he's not testifying as what a natural alibi would be. In other words, you bring in your father and say, yeah, he was home with me. Or, you bring in evidence of a receipt that he was at this particular store and a video image to support that he actually was the purchaser of that product at that time. Those are alibis, what I'm given. What Cy is going to testify to technically isn't an alibi. It's an expert's testimony of fact. And so it isn't something that you can produce to the court. And I said this in the beginning that, in fact, the PCA and the police themselves are Brian Koberger's alibi. Their accusation is exculpatory. And so how do you present an alibi to a court when your own evidence is exculpatory? How is that an alibi? See, and so I don't really know. I've always had a hard time. Like, I don't care if they're trying to exclude the kid's alibi, because what Cy Ray is doing is not an alibi witness. Do you follow me? We'll see how this ruling pans out.
But not supposed to be. No, right. And I do believe that he's going to testify. And what Cy's testimony is going to be based on the car in motion. And he's going to, in a sense, I'm pretty sure Twiz ain't here to okay it, but that he's going to testify that Brian was actually in Lewiston. Okay. That's what I think is going to come out if they allow for that. That's what I'm expecting. That's what I think is going to do it. And he's going to show that proof. So, and if that's the case.
Well, I think we're all worried to some extent that maybe Cy Ray's testimony is alibi, and it's not alibi testimony.
Well, it's not supposed to be. No, you're right. It may be looked at that way, but it's not supposed to be 100%.
What if he was truly by himself during those hours? What could potential alibi evidence be for him? Right?
There is none.
Well, there could be. What if he, only if he maybe took a photo during that time and the metadata showed his grid coordinate when he took that photo, maybe.
Well, it's been talked about because there was a meteor shower that night that was announced through Wazoo to the students where it was. And he was out driving in that area. Did he take a picture of it? And it's time stamped and it shows where it was.
Yeah.
That would bingo.
Right.
Okay. And it could be. Who knows?
And it, you know, can you say that my phone is an alibi? Well, I guess the data on it. Anyway, was what you guys were reading here? Because I had to step away and use the little boys' room. Was this was all about the alibi defense, correct? What you guys were, okay.
Yeah.
And whether it was going to be admitted or not. So yeah. So at that point it says, however, at this point, defendant has not provided an alibi, partial or otherwise. So therefore, at that, you know, it doesn't exist. And then anything else on that? Anybody?
No, I don't see the kid making an argument for an alibi. And what would I think traditionally be a valid alibi?
Well, truly, if we want to go by the rules, he doesn't need to provide one. He doesn't have to. That's not.
Well, no. He certainly does.
Well,
if he's got a receipt from a coffee shop at a specific time of the evening that's consistent with the crime, he has to produce that to the state.
At that point, yeah. But what I'm saying
no,
is
in the beginning, he should have, long time ago, when they were saying, here's why, Dago, the millions of dollars and the man hours that are invested in prosecuting the guy while he's going to now sandbag them and then whack this receipt out at the last minute doesn't give them time to explore. It doesn't give them time to investigate. There's so much. So that's why the state is saying, if you have an alibi, we need to know it prior to trial.
Of course.
Right.
Of
and
course.
not the day of or the week of or the month before, but like how about now in the beginning? If you could show us you could not possibly have been there, she should have been able to produce this in the very beginning.
What I was stating, though, is like by law, he didn't have to because he was the defendant, but they brought it out. They did what they were doing.
In Idaho, you do. Idaho law tells you have to provide to the state an alibi if, in fact, there is one. It's a law in Idaho. You have to do this there.
Okay. Oh, I didn't realize that.
Yeah, you just can't not. And there's sensible reasons and there's reasons pro and con to that particular point. But yeah. And so here's the other thing. It's in your best interest. You got to be an idiot to sit in jail for 2.5 years if you got someone, right? So there's a whole bunch of reasons why it seems like a contradictive, unconstitutional law. But on the other side of the coin, it seems like it's not much of an ask. If I'm saying you killed these people and you got evidence for witnesses that can in some way to show conclusively it couldn't have been you, well, then we can exclude you and continue on trying to find the real killer. You see?
Yeah.
So
and
both sides of the coin here.
The alibi here, right. Agreed. You're right. And the alibi basically was the man was just out driving because that's what he did at night, and that's all there was. So they're expecting more on that. There wasn't. There was nobody. It was middle of the night. There ain't too many people out there driving around that are going to go, oh, I seen him in the middle of the night. So, you know, it is what it is. So,
yeah.
I just caught on something, and I have to correct you, Sarge, because that ship has sailed. He's already been indicted, so they're not going to go investigating someone else.
If he produced, listen, Eddie, if he was able to produce early on evidence of an alibi that they can investigate and confirm to be unimpeded. In other words, I was at a coffee shop in Kingston, and this server, Becky, I don't know her, but I know her name tag said Becky served me. Right. And the security cameras could confirm that or something, or Becky. So if you've got that kind of an alibi, you have to provide that. And it would only make sense that you would want to do that. Now, we know Brian was a driver, and he was a guy that went out in the mornings, late evenings, early morning hours. So this guy doesn't have any personal individual that can be his alibi, nor does he have any particular purchase or location that he made a purchase that he can verify, right? I mean, did he buy gas that night? Guess not. But if he did, you see, that would be an alibi. I bought gas in Lewiston at 3:45 a.m., which precludes me from making it to the crime scene at 4 a.m.
Yeah.
See, that's an alibi of evidence. That then the state would say, okay, we got the wrong guy here. We fucked up. And they wouldn't come out and say that, but they would then dismiss the charges against him.
Well, in essence, that's what size
in a right side up world. Yeah, I get what you're saying.
You're right. That's how he meant it. So
I don't know. Maybe I'm mistaken, Eddie, but it seems practical to me.
No, and I know what you're meant. Like he just said, like in a right set up world, yeah, that would make sense, 100%. That's not how this is going, but yeah,
And Brian
and
was
I
a
agree.
driver that, yeah, I mean, maybe he parked and jogged, and he jogged alone, right? Nobody can argue that. But his phone may be able to show data of a location, and hence that's why Cy Ray is a part of the case.
Agreed. That's exactly the point right there. Is that's why they went to him, because of that situation right there. Because then there was arguments. Well, he took his phone and left it at Wawa Park or whatever.
Right.
Went back, committed the crimes, and went back for it. That's bullshit. There's no time for it. That's just why when they
Somebody
had
is saying that's not what Eddie was saying. So maybe I'm off mark here, Eddie.
Yes, that's the DoorDash driver trial by ambush.
No,
right.
it goes back up to Vic's logic, says Sarge, not what Eddie is saying.
Yeah, I think there's a disconnect between what you said and what I said in response, and your understanding of that. But that's all right. I mean, we're close enough. My point being is they're not going to stop, stop this train from moving along and say, "Whoa, we got to start investigating the right guys."
Right.
That's
what he was saying, and I agreed with that. Like, they're not going to stop. Right.
I agree with that too. At this point in time, there's no stopping this train.
No, no. Full steam ahead. The judge has already stated issues that agitated Cy. The judge already has stated issues agitated Cy and his allegations, which is why I don't think the judge is going to allow him to testify unless the prosecution opens the door for him to testify. Well, they're not going to do that, Bobby. You know that. They don't want him to testify because there's your proof right there. So I don't know how that's going to work out. Truly.
Well, they got images, and they're talking about phone data that shows him leaving and moving places prior to the crime and after the crime. And because they're going to engage in that conversation,
right,
then they have to allow a counter argument to it.
Agreed.
Right? You can't say his phone turned off at 4:48 a.m. and he was here, and his phone turned off at 2:57 a.m. when the PCA said 4:47, or what I mean, all this nonsense.
No, I understand.
Times and locations. How could you deny Cy Ray the ability to testify?
Right.
I don't see it happening.
Phil said no matter what comes out now, there's little chance of a directive verdict now. Well, I mean, yeah, I know what you mean, Phil. I don't know. I'm kind of anticipating hearing Cy's testimony on this because I think it's really important. And of course, the prosecution is going to deny that in every aspect that they can. We know that. So,
well, I'd like to know how they identified Brian Koberger's vehicle once they lost. Let's say that their tracking was accurate. But once the phone turned off, what piece of information, factual information, tells us that the car that they observed is his? I mean, that's a big hole.
That's been the big question throughout all this.
How do you think they're going to do that?
Right there. Mindset. Like right now, I have no idea what you're even talking about. Because we might be in different mindsets. So are you saying like this is a genuine investigation and he's not being framed when you said all that?
No. What I'm saying is you're claiming, whether it's true or false, that he was somewhere at 2:47 a.m. where his phone went off, or 2:54 a.m. That's your claim. I'm not saying it's an accurate claim, but you're making that argument. My question is, how do you connect the disconnection of that phone that showed a location to a vehicle somewhere else at a different time? How do you connect those dots when you don't have phone location to confirm that when you say he was on King Road or Reed Road or Joe Blow Road, that is the car that was connected to the phone that you observed at 4:48 a.m.? How do you fill that void? That's a big problem here. You're saying you got video evidence, but how does your video evidence comport with the loss of his location once his phone turned off? How do you make that leap? So I'm not saying they didn't frame him, Eddie. That's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying that the prosecution has got a giant Grand Canyon to fill with dirt, and they only have a shovel to do it with. How do you connect that car and those images to the phone that you claimed belonged to Koberger that turned off 2 hours earlier? Where was it for those 2 hours? You don't know, but suddenly you get a white sedan on a video, and that all of a sudden becomes the car that you didn't know where for 2 hours it had been.
I see where you're going, Sarge.
Yeah, okay.
You get
Yeah,
it? How do you
How
make
do they
that leap
rectify
of
that?
logic?
Yeah, I get it.
Yeah.
I understand.
So we're in. I was on a stream the other day. I think it was your stream, Dago. And I agree more completely with your view and opinion of a frame job.
Yeah, you missed that night, Eddie. He was all about agreeing with you.
I'd come back and I'd thought sometimes, I see things in a certain way, but I'm so open to being corrected and or being directed in a way that makes even more sense. And so I came out and I was on Dago's stream. I said, wish Eddie was here because I could see more completely the argument and the points that he makes to say this kid was framed.
Yep.
If I was there, that would have put a smile on my face.
You were not here. That's what I was thinking. I'm like, damn it, he's not here to hear it either. Shit.
Just don't do it in the camera so that I feel you don't make me feel bad, Eddie.
Oh, we're making progress here. This is good.
Yes, you're getting somewhere, Eddie. You're getting somewhere. It's working. So absolutely.
How do you fill that void? Does anybody have an idea how you go from tracking a guy in his phone to him vanishing for 2 hours and suddenly when a car shows up, you ascribe it to him?
It's a good question. It really is.
That's
why the tower thing, the tower dump and all that stuff. That's why I'm saying that I'm really anticipating and hoping that Sai is able to explain this, because based on when Twist had that conversation with Sai, and he came back like a whole new person, like, oh shit, I understand completely now. And that's why he keeps saying up and down that he was in Lewiston. And that connection, how the hell are they making that? How's Bill coming up with, how are you doing that? And I agree with you.
Eddie, do you remember in the suppression hearings where Jennings came out and opened her mouth and said the 3 towers and Judge Hippler broke in? Okay, that made me think. And that's where I started to see what you were saying a little differently. And the fact that they're talking about 2 towers and they didn't bring in the 3rd. And there's a reason they didn't bring in the 3rd, because I think it's the 3rd tower that denotes that phone going away, that denotes that phone's 2:57 break from the network. But in fact, the 2:47 a.m. break was from those towers. Those 2 towers. So my understanding at this point is that Kohlberger went off network on those 2 towers at 2:47 a.m., but his phone didn't disconnect from the AT&T network until 2:57 a.m.
Bingo. Yep.
And it was the other tower that they're not bringing into the conversation. In other words, the state ignored the other tower intentionally and used the 2:47 time because the vehicle that they're pointing at drove in the direction of Moscow before, and then they said it went off network, and it did for those 2 towers, but it didn't technically go down off network. It was connected to a 3rd tower that continued to track it going south. That's when I said Eddie's got a good point. They would have known this.
They left that 3rd tower out on purpose because that's proof.
Yes, you see, that's when I said, I can understand Eddie and a lot of people screaming this kid was framed, because if what I'm saying about the towers is true, and I think it's a reasonable assessment, then there was an intentional omission, which they've done over and over and over again here.
Absolutely.
Does that make sense for you, Mr. Ed?
Yeah, I agree. They have.
I think Brian thought his GPS from his cell phone would show where he was if he thought that he had if he thought that he had to know that he didn't turn his phone off his phone. Where is the actual phone? Has Ann Taylor been asking for it? Good point.
Look what Tanka said. Walking Tanka, is that the name?
There are no less than 9 towers in the local areas in question. The fact the state is only relying on 2 towers is very telling, and I absolutely want walking in. That there it goes right there again, and it rolls their narrative. That's all that is. That's why they're holding it out, because it's the proof. Sorry, that's why Jennings said 3 towers and then said, "Well, we can move past that." She stuck her foot in her own rear. Bingo.
Well, that's because Judge Hippler told her if we're going to discuss the 3 towers, then we got to go Frank's motions.
That's it. Then we got to bring the Franks in, and they shut that down right there.
Yeah, well, I misspoke. And so that to me, Eddie said, That's intentional. These people are fucked. And that's
You'd
a
have been
shame.
proud.
Our
You'd have been
justice
proud,
system.
Eddie.
Yeah, well, I hope he got a little smile or a smirk or I got that fucking Sarge.
No, never. It's not about that. It's not about
I know,
winning or
buddy.
losing.
I know.
It's just
I
it's,
I say things that are just silly.
we
How did
forgive
they
you,
get away?
Sarge.
Jerry, how did they get away with it? How have they gotten away with all of this?
They did it to that acupuncture guy or whatever he was, chiropractor.
They did it to the doctor. They did it in the Meister case. They've done it before.
Yeah.
Why
They
not
have a-
again?
They have a habit of not finding the truth, but trying to convict anybody. It's like, don't walk down the street in Idaho, folks.
Yeah, right. Stay out of this state, period, in my opinion. But anyway, so anything else, Eddie, or anybody on this before we move forward?
I want to know how you're going to continue reading this to get to his ruling on this, right?
Well, it says at the end of this,
Go
it says
down to the footnote. Go down to the footnote. It says this does not preclude.
Yeah, I read that
presenting
one.
Okay.
Yeah,
so
this does not preclude defendant from presenting Mr. Ray's testimony at trial, to rebut any contention by the state that the defendant's vehicle was seen on surveillance camera driving to Moscow around the same time. Mr. Ray contends that he was south of Pullman. However, defendant may not refer to it as an alibi or a partial alibi. So, I mean, in the defendant's instructed to address the issue outside the presence of the jury, of course, for guidance on what language related to the alibi of any sort may be used. So,
I think Anna's smart. She's going to show that Idaho is picking on a fucking a spectrum or a challenged person, both physically and mentally. I'd put him on the stand, and I really think it's in his interest to get on that stand.
I'm still torn on that one, but you might be right. Hey, Pebbles. All right. So the next one is the state's 404B notice. Prior traffic stop. The state moves under IRE 404B for the admission of defendant's August 21st, 2022 stop in Moscow, Idaho, during which he was stopped for speeding and issued a citation for failing to wear a seatbelt. Specifically, the state seeks to admit the officer's body cam footage of the traffic stop as well as citation, arguing it is relevant to proving the defendant's identity, vehicle ownership and control, address, and phone number. We know how this one went. The defendant objects, pointing to Idaho Supreme Court law stating that the evidence of prior misconduct is relevant on the issue of identity. When the evidence demonstrates sufficiently similar as well as distinctive characteristics or patterns between prior misconduct. And then it says the judge previously residing over this case analyzed the admissibility of the OBV, the body cam footage under IRE 404B in the context of the grand jury proceeding and found it admissible. Specifically, the judge found it relevant to identify and was not otherwise barred by IRE 403. Sealed order denying motion to dismiss indictment on grounds of biased grand jury, inadmissible evidence, lack of sufficient evidence, and prosecutorial misconduct. Pages 43, 44, December 15th of 2023. Basically, in a sense, you don't need that whole thing just to prove his identity. You could show a picture of him in the car.
Yeah. How did he rule on this?
I think it doesn't.
No, it should be.
Oh yeah, hold on. Charged crime. Let me finish reading. Misconduct and the charged crimes, State versus Porter. Confusingly, defendants argues his prior traffic stop bears no resemblance to the charged crimes and therefore cannot be relevant to identity. He also argues it is unfairly prejudicial and may confuse the issues. Evidence of other crimes, wrongs, or acts may not be admitted pursuant to IRE 404B when its probative value is entirely dependent upon its tendency to demonstrate the defendant's propensity to engage in such behavior. Such evidence may, however, be admissible for other purposes, including to prove the 404B. To determine the admissibility of evidence under Rule 404B, the court must find the evidence is sufficiently established as fact, relevant as a matter of law to a material and disputed issue other than the character or criminal propensity. It must then conduct 403 analysis. The court finds the evidence is relevant to establish defendant's identity and link him to the charged crimes. Indeed, the citation and body cam footage up to the point that the defendant provides his phone number served to identify. Oh, hold on. Just prior to the defendant providing his phone number, he asked the officer why he needed it. This is after defendant provided his phone number. He and the officer discussed ancillary matters that in no way bear on defendant's identity. Thus, this portion of the OBV shall be redacted. So they're not going to show that part as they agreed to in the hearing. While defendant cites, oh shit, where was I at? Sorry. Served to identify defendant by name, physical appearance, phone number, and address.
Yep.
The evidence also establishes defendant as the registered owner and driver of the vehicle, the make model of which was thought to be used by the killer. Further, the evidence places defendant in Moscow at night on one of the dates of interest alleged by the state to be relevant to planning the charged crime. All of these factors played a role in the investigation. Case law supports the use of identity evidence in this regard. In the recent case, State versus Gordon, Idaho Court of Appeals held that a prior interaction between the defendant and law enforcement during which the officers identified the defendant with his driver's license and verified his address was relevant to affirmatively establish his identity for the subsequently charged crime. Likewise, in the State versus Alger, the Court of Appeals held that evidence that witness spotted defendant in a car known to have been used while fleeing from a scene of a robbery was relevant and admissible as being probative of defendant's identity as one of the robbers. 115 Idaho 42 764 page 2 D 119 Court Appeal 1988. Establishing identity through a signature quality or modus operandi, Porter 130 Idaho at 783. Discussing how evidence of a modus operandi can prove the identity of the defendant as the perpetrator of the crime charge. Jesus. Nothing the demanding standard required to establish identity through modus operandi evidence that judges to distinguish between the modus operandi exception for proving identity under 404B and other methods of proving identity, so they don't impose the strict standards of proof of modus operandi exception on other methods of proving identity would be 22B federal practice and process evidence, Wright and Miller, July 2024 update. Okay, back up here again. Jesus, with these footnotes. Hold on. Where was I at? Other than this redaction, there is no basis for further exclusion. Defendant's claims of unfair prejudice and jury confusion lack merit. First, he argues that there is no nexus between the traffic stop and chain crimes. Thus, the jury may consider it as propensity evidence or otherwise be confused. However, as discussed, a nexus is not required for the purpose advanced by the state. Moreover, unfair prejudice arises only when the evidence has an undue tendency to suggest decision on an improper basis and appeals to the jurors' sympathies, arouses their sense of horror, provokes their instinct to punish, or otherwise causes a jury to base its decision on something other than the established propositions in the case. A traffic stop, particularly one as minor as this, is not the type of evidence that will compel a jury to conclude the defendant is guilty of murder because he violated traffic laws. Further, the court will provide limiting instruction. Defendant also contends that it is unfairly prejudicial because the body cam footage provides a clear shot of the defendant vehicle, which may lead the jury to believe it is the suspect vehicle captured on surveillance video at and near the crime scene on November 13th of 22. However, this is precisely what makes the evidence probative. It links defendant to the crime scene. While this may be damaging to his defense, it is not unfairly prejudicial when balanced against the strong relevance. Thus, the motion is granted with the noted redactions. And we just read the redactions. So
he's going to limit the scope of the video that can be displayed,
which is what he said in the thing.
He said he was going to do that in the court. So, and look, showing that he owns an Elantra, that he who he is, none of that. I mean, of course, you're going to want to establish that in other ways, if not this way.
Yeah.
Well,
And to Tira's,
if they didn't stop on traffic, they would have got copies of his school ID. They'd have proven residence by his association with WSU. I mean, So this is just the simplest way that they could do that. Now, I agree, not showing footage of any interaction with the policeman should not be a part of the identity process.
Agreed.
And the judge actually came down that way. So
agreed.
What do you think?
And that's exactly it, Satirius. It doesn't have anything to do with anything. The only reason why they're using this is to identify him with that vehicle, period. So
no, Candy. He was pulled over at night, which is something they alleged.
Yes,
he was driving around setting up the crime or planning the crime. And that's funny because he's referring to that, and Judge never would have made that reference because they've admitted that there was no stalking, that he wasn't right. The FBI proved in their own investigation that he was not near that house on any of those occasions. So
Bill said that himself. So yeah,
that's why I wish this would have stayed with Judge.
I can agree, and I think Ann probably feels that way now too. But it is what it is.
Yeah.
And then at the last footnote said the defendant also noted at the hearing that the traffic stop occurred on the same day that Agent Balance determined through CSLI analysis that defendant's cell phone was using resources consistent with being in the area of 1122. So that's kind of interesting. So
but again, that's also exculpatory and showing that because you're in the area, it doesn't show you at that home.
Exactly.
But that's not the way it's going to be perceived by the jury.
No.
See, he was stalking the house, and here we have just a random chance he was pulled over on one of those occasions, and here he is in Moscow, only so many, feet.
Eddie, I don't think that they're going to make the argument he was stalking or pre-planning the crime because Bill Thompson himself, when she did the jury questionnaire, was animate that there was no stalking here. We're not alleging stalking.
But here's the thing, Sarge. So whether he's saying that or not, or they've denied it, the jury may take it that way if they present it this way. Do you know what I'm saying? And that's what I think they're worried about.
Which is what the public has done. But I'm not so sure they can go down that without an objection.
They are gonna, and it went up from 11 times to now it's what, 23?
23 now, yeah.
And this is how they're gonna go about doing it. Like that last footnote read, it puts him in the area of 1122.
And that's all that's going to matter to the jury is to hear that.
At night.
And
so that's going to take them back to he was absolutely casing this house. He was absolutely stalking the kids, whether they say he was or not. The jury's mind is going to go, well, why was he there 23 times if he wasn't doing this? You know what I mean?
Yeah. And then notice the language here. The judge wrote, it links defendant to the crime scene. No, it didn't.
No, it didn't at all.
That puts him a half mile away or better. So how that,
and it's
that
been
has
stated
nothing to do with the crime scene.
Many, many times that Brian Koberger was a night driver. Okay. It's been stated many, many times that WSU or Pullman doesn't have shit. Okay. A lot of people go to Moscow for different things or go through Moscow to get to other places. It doesn't mean anything, but that is how, if they present it that way, it will be perceived, in my opinion. Welcome, Sweet and Salty, and don't ban. Welcome. That's cute. I like that. So yeah. Anyway, that's where the problem lies with this whole thing here, and that's what they're afraid of.
That's the problem with circumstantial cases built on a theory, not on direct evidence.
Right.
And I've always had an issue against, especially a capital crime. There should be direct evidence and not transfer DNA. Something that places you at the crime scene. Like I said before, my gun in a crime scene is circumstantial. My fingerprint on the gun, further circumstantial evidence. You have to place me at the crime scene at the time of the crime. I mean, otherwise, who fired the gun? Who brought it there? There's a million ways it could get to a crime scene. It could have been stolen. In other words, you build circumstances, but you need to have some fact. This is Brian Koberger's car. We know because of a bumper sticker, a dent, a scratch.
Right.
There's nothing other than they're assessing this to be their understanding of what happened or their theory. I think this case is a perfect case for a good defense lawyer. Sure.
And I hope that the jury can see it the same way that you see it and that I see it. Based on what's presented, though,
it's up to Ann. It's up to Ann. I mean, 23 times, but he didn't kill him 23 times. 23 times, and on the 24th, with a parking lot full of vehicles, 5 vehicles in the parking lot that he supposedly drove by multiple times. He then decided to park and enter a home and kill 4 people in 2 different rooms on 2 different floors and walk out? That's the story that we're
Not
going to
knowing
provide?
who's in there. Right. Not knowing
Right.
who's in there.
Well, you know, the house is full. The driveway for the house had 5 vehicles in it. There's no ambiguity here. It's not like it was a dorm with a random parking lot. That's the fucking driveway to the house. And this person you allege drove by it 3 times.
Right.
So my point is, I think this is a great defensive case, because whether he did it or not, I don't know. But there are arguments to say he did. You have to believe. You have to go and believe in he's the killer, and then you'll take their explanation as gospel.
Right. Right.
But I think you're going to be able to break the view of the jury. At least a couple of those jurors, if not more. I think you're going to have a hard time. And I would open up and say, Brian Kohlberger's your son, your daughter, your cousin, your nephew, your brother, your sister. And the state of Idaho has placed at his feet charges that are unsubstantiated with any evidence.
Right.
It's all conjecture and conspiracy theories. When you look at my client, remember, this could be you. There's no evidence to support his presence in that house and his commission of that crime. No evidence in his car, his apartment, his home, his place of work, his body. Nothing.
Nothing.
They've locked him up for 3 years. I would roll this jury with facts.
All they have is circumstantial evidence. Very weak circumstantial evidence, mind you. Agreed.
Yeah, it's such a tragic thing. Eddie's going to say something. Hang on.
Go ahead, bud. I'm going to grab my coffee. Keep going, guys, please. I can still hear you.
Well, I would say that we have short memories, and a lot of people have said that if only if this was still in judge's courtroom. But the thing is he was a part of this thing too while he was handling this case. Can't be proven, but like I said before, you don't begin such an undertaking as what they've took on here unless they know that they can see it through to the end. And am I saying that the judges are also in on this and compromised?
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
Once you're indicted, it's very difficult to get the process of trial or the process of a plea deal stopped. Once they've broken the threshold of an indictment, now you're on the train. And Ann's done everything she could, but I argue that Ann was never given sufficient discovery in December 2023 to make the arguments against that indictment, or whenever they appealed the indictment, they did not have full discovery. So to me, that was an unfair. So how can you argue a case when you don't have full discovery and try to argue that what they say at that trial is not true? And now you're hearing that nothing in the PCA is accurate. Just imagine that. Now you can prove that at PCA, the entire arresting document was false. And yet a judge signed it, and then they took it and used it to get him indicted. See, at that point, if she'd have had all of these facts, they were admitting that the time was wrong. They're admitting all of the things that they're finally admitting. I don't think they'd have stood a chance in the pit. They would have been shot down right away. It's very sad that they play these fucking filthy games, and they claim it's the defense that causes the delay. And in this case, that's not even close to the truth. It's the prosecution, the government, that delayed discovery. It's just, and I'm very upset that she let go with that tip, that they're agreeing to the tip, although for different reasons. I don't think she should have ever backed down from that. The FBI giving a tip. That's investigatory work, and that should be included. And it was done dirty-handed. It was done behind everybody's back in secret. And believe me, there's people in Idaho that can't stand the government. You'd be well aware of that in a lot of these states. And nobody wants to hear the FBI sneak around in DA databases where they don't belong, whether this kid did it or not. That's enough to piss someone off to vote against you. You know what I mean? There's some real crazy people out there on what that Constitution means. I think there was a judge or no, there was a mayor or somebody that just they suspended the Second Amendment and told owners of firearms they couldn't carry them or possess them for 30 days. This just happened, just like the other day. And the sheriff came out and said, no, I'm sorry. I swore an oath to protect the Constitution of the United States, and nothing the mayor is saying is going to be anything I'll enforce, nor will my deputies. It's unconstitutional to tell an American they don't have the right to possess and bear arms, and that's what I'm going to follow. He said, none of my people are going to comply with that. So there are a lot of real hard-nosed people, especially citizens, and I agree with the sheriff's determination. I've said that before. Like when they put us through all those requirements, and I'm not going to mention what. You got to do this, or you can't have a job. Nobody should have went along and enforced that. They have no power to do that to an American. Yet we all, crumbled and got bombarded with media stuff and noise, and people submit themselves to it. And listen, there's hundreds of millions of us that wouldn't submit to it.
Yeah,
and we didn't, because you have no business telling me what my choices must and must not be. So you got to get people like that on the jury. And that's why I think her submitting to the FBI tip, just bad move.
Yeah. Well, we'll see what happens. I mean, I don't know. Anything else on this? We're not going to be able to do any of these other ones tonight. We'll have to do them tomorrow, whatever. But that was the most important one, in my opinion, tonight. So,
Cy Ray can testify, right? Again, it doesn't look like he ruled in any way that's really severely detrimental to the defense.
He did rule against him a lot, but it's not going to hurt too much from what I can see. Okay. A lot of it is mutual understandings. The one thing I don't really quite get, the one situation he basically ruled, and it really blows my mind. It makes me think. He basically ruled for the state and the defense to come together to lie to the jury.
Yeah, and I have an issue with that.
I do too. That's what I'm saying. That's a big issue to me. And for him to say something like that blows. Well, no, it doesn't. I kind of expect something like that per se at this point because of what else.
I mean, it's an argument for him that he had ineffective counsel.
Yeah, it very, very much so.
On an appeal, but here's I'm not so sure this is going to go to an appeal. I've been fairly accurate with the judge in my assessments of what was going to go on, what Ann was going to do, what she should, and it's all seemed to fall in line. Mm-hmm. And I'm very, very confident that a jury will not convict this kid of murder because there's no evidence of that. There's just a suggestion, and you have to now weigh executing an individual with no firm evidence to place him. It's just a guess. It's a hypothesis. It's a theory. With no evidence, a seen headlights that's suggestive of a car making a U-turn. So you might as well make Jeff the jury, right?
Yeah, right.
I mean, I honestly don't think that you're going to get 12 people to agree that this person is the perpetrator based on the evidence that they're going to argue in court.
I mean, that's a good thing, and I would like to believe that.
I don't know. You've got a lot of followers, 10,000 plus, and other streamers have got that, plus that much more many. I've got a couple thousand. There's a lot of sensible people out there. And when given the chance to think, people are capable of doing it. Every single one of us are capable of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, somebody said Moonlit Baby. I thought they were Richard Allen too. I thought, with Karen Reed, I was stunned too, but it all comes down to the presentation of the defense. Mm-hmm. And you need a lawyer that is an expert on taking the complicated and making it simple.
Right. Bobby's asking you, Sarge, is it possible that Ann can backdoor that information by asking the FBI agent during cross where he obtained the tip he gave to the prosecution?
No, there'd be an objection. The judge would stop her.
And tell them to scratch that. Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
And he would bring counsel to the bench.
Scratch that from the record.
Yeah. I think it's a fight that, I don't know that she can win the fight in this environment, in that court. I disagree with some of his assessments at this point, but let's remember that he's not the person you need to convince. It's the jury of 12.
And that's true. That is true. Candy said she's worried that they'll be intimidated. I don't know anymore. I worried about that before. Wait, you mean the jury or the defense? I don't think the jury would be.
I think she's talking about the jury.
Yeah, I don't think that
and I am too.
Do you think so?
Well, someone said, look what Walklin Tonka said. See, this is the trick. Just so you know, folks, this is the trick that you suffer from your entire life, including me. They don't want you to think critically, and a good defense attorney will make things so simple that you're going to have to go along with the simple. And people like that. People are they feel like they know something. I used to manage a transmission shop. I was 19 years old, and I had a transmission they cut in half, and you could see all the internals.
Mm-hmm.
And any guy that was even a mechanic but understood even the basic principles of a car, and I would walk them over there and I'd say, see all these parts? They'd go, yeah. I go, just understand that that's a brake. It's a hydraulic braking system, just like the brakes that stop your car. That's all this is. The shafts are connected to gears. Gears are connected to clutches. Clutches are connected to a piston. The piston applies to stop rotation while another drum is released. Continue rotation.
Your audience.
And no, it's simply a brake. It's an automatic braking system.
Right.
And people are like, oh, and they walk away thinking they knew what a transmission was, and they were comfortable because that is actually, I'm not lying to them. That's what it is.
Simple explanation.
That's a simple explanation, right? That's a good defense lawyer. They make it so simple that you're like, oh, I get it. And there's a lot of fucked up things in this case that you got to make simple. It's not going to be easy, but I think Ann can do it.
Yeah, and I see what a lot of people are worried about here. Seems to be kind of going along with most people. The judge is so tilted. He's going to give vibes that the defense is wrong on everything. Very sad. And, you know, some people, I got to agree in a sense because of his negativity. That's kind of where I'm worried, too, at that point, Sarge, is that with him being the way he is, the jury's going to be watching him, too, and his reactions to things. We know that, okay? So when you see him going like this and doing this, and when they're talking and so on and so forth, and if he interrupts, as he's done with the defense, they're going to have a lower level for the defense because of the judge's reactions to the defense. That, in turn, can sway somebody's thoughts on something. You know what I mean?
So I agree with you there. I thought you were talking about Brian. I also think Brian should be put on the stand to speak for himself. This is his life.
I mean, I agree that it would probably be good but at the same time, I think it could be detrimental in the fact that if once they see him, depending on how he presents himself, that could be a problem. Because he's got that personality, in my opinion, where he's very intelligent. Okay,
he's got a lot going for him for a defendant on the stand, man.
Right, but put him. Okay, Sarge, you know how, and this is I love you to death. There's no offense to this because you're on the spectrum. Okay, Brian,
not like him.
No. Yours is different. I agree, but Brian comes off in some senses because he is smart and he's a very matter of fact type person. When they talk to him, is it going to come off as him being arrogant and cocky, or is it going to come off as him being, I know what I'm talking about, and he's ASD? You see what I'm saying?
It's going to come across the wrong way.
That's what I'm worried about.
I think that to qualify his presence on the stand would require testimony from doctors that have actually worked with him.
I hope, right?
And family members. And then you blow the world up and you say, now, Your Honor, in closing, I would like to call Mr. Brian C. Koberger to the stand.
That would be
now the jury knows who Brian C. Koberger is, and now they get to experience who he is and make the judgment call. Does this kid come across as the guy that did this? And then when the defense of the prosecution attacks him, his response to, well, of course I didn't do that, is going to resonate with the jury. I honestly think that this kid needs to get up on the stand to protect himself and to win the day, because some of these abnormalities that they're going to be able to observe.
And I agree with you to an extreme. I do. Okay. And Phil just said that they wouldn't use him unless they thought they lost the jury. I got to agree. But here's the thing. As long as they present Brian Koberger, as Brian Koberger is on the spectrum, he has dyspraxia, all these things about Brian that he has either accomplished or overcome, and everything about him as a person, and then bring him on the stand, maybe, because then at that point, they're going to be able to see him in that sense before he says a word. And then, like you said, if they ask that question, of course I didn't do this.
Can I say there's a few key points here, though, that would help him. For one, the FBI witnessed him going out late at night, even when he was in Pennsylvania.
Right.
So here's what I'm saying. You can put a human being behind these behaviors that seem strange, that the prosecution's telling you prove he's a killer, when in fact their behaviors are consistent with who he is as a person. And if you take the murder out of the background and look at Brian Kohlberger as just another person, an individual with individual personality traits and quirks and what have you, you have to then put him in that house to literally slaughter 4 human beings. Is this the guy that would do? Can you extrapolate that from this guy's life? I just don't see how you can. He's not a prior criminal. He was never arrested or accused of harassing a woman or hating on women or none of that. There's no official bad news about this kid except for Idaho and their dreamed up stories about him and all this propaganda. He's an incel. He's this. He's that.
A lot of that propaganda has spread pretty far. So if they know any of it, that could be a detrimental thing too, in my opinion.
Well, I think because the case is so circumstantial that there's nothing he can say. In my opinion, there's nothing that he can offer the jury from a cross exam or a direct exam that would make them think he's the killer. I just don't see it in him. And I don't see any evidence that they could throw at him. Isn't it true you were driving? Yeah. That matter. Yeah. He would answer that quickly and matter of factly, just like, I was driving.
Right. I can see it your way. Don't get me wrong. I can. I'm just nervous that he may be perceived the wrong way when he's not coming across a specific type of way. He's going to be possibly taken that way, and that could be real detrimental, I think. But I see it your way too. I do.
Yeah, I'm hoping, just so you folks know, I'm kind of hoping that it does go that way, because I think from my experience, I've defended myself. And I'll give you an example. I've defended myself, and out of 7 different cases, I took the defense in 4 of them and won. And in the other 3, I was convinced a plea bargain was in my interest. I'm convinced that even accepting a different type of charge with a lesser penalty was in my interest. And I went along with that. And I woke up one day and I was like, no. And so now this is with a judge, but him seeing me and me presenting myself, in a sense, that's what I was doing as my own defense lawyer.
Yeah.
To the court. And his assessment was then based on the interaction he had with me during these proceedings. He didn't rule because of my personality or whatever, but I was able to substantiate enough sense, in fact, for him to rule in my favor on different judges in several different cases. So listen, the power I think Brian would bring to the stand is he would humanize. He would bring to life all of these things you're going to hear from expert testimony. And the question you're going to have to be left with as a juror, do you think that this guy has it in him to do what's been alleged? We'll see. What do you think, Eddie?
That's a good point.
I think it's a bad deal that the state gets to say what happened in that house when, for example, they're saying that this crime scene has a sterile, the entire inside of the house is sterile. This is the mental picture that you got to have in your mind. We're supposed to believe that it's sterile other than in these 2 bedrooms.
Yeah.
That is not what that crime scene looked like. But of course, like you said, that's the way that the defense is going to have to agree to argue this case.
Yeah, and I got to agree with Circus too that I can really see if defense puts him on the stand, the prosecution's going to go at that with a chopping block. You know what I mean? So that I will say I agree with there. It would be like giving him an ice cream cone or something. They're going to go, oh shit, here we go. You know what I mean? But again, they don't know. I think if it does happen, that he would be prepared by Ann and Eliza both, as well as anybody on his team, how to do this, okay, and what to do. And plus his intelligence level is very high. So again, he knows a lot of this stuff. So that could be it. I could take it either way, you guys. Truly, right. I could. I really could. It could work or it couldn't work.
Remember, he has no alibi witness or anything of that nature. And everything in this trial, folks, isn't going to be witnesses pointing at Brian Kohlberger. And even witnesses that give their description of what they saw are not identifying Brian Kohlberger. You want to make sure that the jury understands that. And I think part of the best way to do that in a case that's this circumstantial is to present the defendant to the jury.
Yeah.
But you said that he doesn't have an alibi witness. We don't know that.
That still could come out, Sarge. That's still something still could come from that, which would be
No.
great.
What if there
No,
is someone that's not being
excluded.
cooperative?
Right.
Oh, you're talking Bethany?
Well, I don't know who I'm talking about, but
Okay.
what if someone has been threatened?
Yeah. Or-
No, you don't see him even making the argument, or even they never put forward any other individual that could confirm this. And they've been given multiple times to do it, and they've been ordered to do it. And they're not presenting anything. And look, they could put under seal a threatened witness is his alibi, and that would be fine.
Well,
But then the prosecution would stop demanding this evidence be produced. You see, so they could produce what you're saying in a sealed hearing with the judge in chambers. And there's, so my point is, you can pretty much exclude what you're thinking on that particular issue of an alibi. It just can't exist at this point.
well, let's remember one more thing, because Ann just threw at everybody, to everyone's shock. They're still going through certain discovery, okay? A lot of it. And she found at this point a possible alternative suspect. Okay. What if she's going through this and they do come about some kind of a witness or something that, you know what I'm saying? It's still, in my opinion, there's a slight possibility of it still.
Okay, so if it's unknown to Brian and unknown to the defense, okay,
unknown to Brian,
then you could bring forward exactly what you guys are referring to. But if it's knowledge that they possess and have possessed, and they haven't moved with discovering that under seal, then here, I don't really think that the state would keep demanding, the court would keep entertaining this argument of an alibi.
Right.
Gotcha.
Right. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong, but I would think that the judge would have stopped this argument and wouldn't let it keep going this far. He'd have said, we know Mr. Koberger has an alibi under seal. That's it. Or he wouldn't even say that in court. He'd say that in chambers or in communications in a video conference. No more bringing motions against his alibi. We already have it. Right?
Yeah.
And I'm not the expert on know all. Definitely not. But again, it is not, and I disagree, Nate. It just doesn't seem plausible that there could be an alibi or a witness defense for Koberger's behalf. And we're all the way into this, and we're still talking about the alibi. They've been talking about this since July of 2023, the demand for an alibi.
Got you, Angel. Yes, I'll remind you of it down the road. No, I can see what you're saying. Like I said, I can see this both ways. I'm a little nervous. Welcome back, Tandy. A little nervous of mainly the judge, and the judge's ability to sway. Okay, based on he is somewhat intimidating to certain people, and that's the biggest worry I have with that. That's truly all. The other stuff I can see them getting around it, but again, I have a lot of faith in the defense team. I
didn't consider what you guys have said about the judge and the impact he has on that jury, and you're right, and in a vastly significant way. If he shows irritation towards statements that their witnesses are saying, and if he's an asshole and and his hand, you're right, he can intimidate the jury just from the bench.
Bingo. And the way he interrupts the defense constantly, any of that, it's going to show low respect for the defense. In turn, the jury's going to look at that and go, if you don't like him, why the fuck should we? You know what I mean? Excuse my language, but truly that, and it's how people think that way. Sadly, but it does. Now, I'm hoping that the jury takes this case as serious as the rest of us have and the rest of the world is doing, and they see it for what it is, and they don't look at him and they don't see him for the idiot that he is, and they pay attention to, put the blinders on and pay attention to the case. So we'll see, but it's a thing. I don't know.
Yeah, and the judge should be completely neutral in his mannerisms, his body actions, his comments should be evenly handed to both sides.
Yeah.
Unless they violate some kind of agreed standing, then he should treat both sides equally. It could be bang on the desk. Hey. If
you're going to be an asshole, be an asshole to both sides, period.
Right. But otherwise you should be as neutral as possible.
Agreed.
And you shouldn't even be an observable part of the proceeding other than you're making sure they stay within the bounds of the law.
And that's what I worry, Sarge, is because he's not like that. He's very, I'm here, I'm in charge, I'm the one. It's me. Pay attention to me. You owe me. That kind of a personality is what I get from him. I hope that doesn't happen during the trial. Maybe he'll stop. He'll let that go and sit back and shut up and just be where he's supposed to be. But I doubt that. That's all I'm worried about. So
Yeah, he likes to interrupt Ann a bit too much.
always.
No, you guys are right. The judge will play a big role in this trial, and that's going to be sad if that has an impact on the jury's decision.
Which I think, in turn, if it's seen and it's taken on appeal, could be a good reason for another, a mistrial or retrial or whatever the hell you call it. Sorry. Because of that. Not that it'll happen. I'm just saying it would be a good one if he were to be convicted. So, Terry said, my husband and mom still just go with the police are always right. They have the right person, or he wouldn't have been arrested. There's a lot of Terry, I'm glad you said that, because in my opinion, 65 to 75% of the guilters have that same mindset. That's the problem. Okay. And people can't be that way. That's why people are like that, because of that. That doesn't mean anything anymore, especially not lately. So yeah.
There was a time where you could trust. I don't know exactly when that was, but apparently there was a time where you could trust your officials and your representatives and things. And
at some point, I guess, but
and some people are just they're reminiscent to question them. They think America is always just and this and that, and that's
Sarge, that goes back to something you've been talking about since I've known you, Sarge, and that's our programming as human beings. Okay,
people believe, and they.
It's comfortable. It's a comfortable thought. Yes, it's comfortable. If you don't have to deal with it in front of you, put your hands on it. Let somebody else deal with it.
People will say even if they get it wrong, they get it right more often than they get it wrong. So what's the difference? I don't know. Is the difference if it was your kid they got it wrong with? I mean, there is. Right. And that's something you got to let the jury understand. This is your kid on trial here.
That's it. It needs to be.
And the government's obligated to show you beyond a reasonable doubt, and that's beyond a reasonable doubt.
And that's another big reason, in my opinion, why I'm glad that he allowed for Brian's family to be there. Because whether people believe this or not, Brian's family sitting in that courtroom, being noticed as his family, is going to make a hell of an impact on the jury, in my opinion, as well. His family's there supporting him. They love him. There's going to be hugging or whatever, maybe, or whatever per se. But that is important. The jury's going to see that he comes from a good, solid family. They love him. They're here for him, so on and so forth. You know what I mean? I think that's important. And if they wouldn't have been there, that's gonna leave a different impression in my mind.
And that's a scumbag move by the state to try to exclude his relatives and family from that courtroom.
And that's exactly why I think they were doing it. Okay?
Right? Exactly. They want the picture that they're painting. Right?
Exactly. This is a monster. Nobody cares for him. Nobody loves him.
This isn't about truth. That's why I did that clip to Steve Gonzalez or Gonzalez, however you say that name, because I don't want to perceive truth because that's what I'm told it is. I'd like to see it substantiated with more evidence, some evidence of some kind to substantiate this story.
Agreed.
And it doesn't exist.
You did. I thought you did pretty good with that, Sarge. I don't know if everybody saw it. I was going to review. We've been here a little bit. I think we got a few more minutes, but
you don't have to review it. I think people just give them a link to my channel and let them run over there and bounce through it, because
I think you guys should go check it out. It's called A Second Message to Steve Gonzalez. I'm going to put Sarge's link in here. I want you guys to go watch it. I really do. Just take a few minutes to watch it. It's like
Jesse joined me actually after I got going. Jesse joined
me. Yeah, I was kind of pissy I couldn't be there for it, but
he's fine.
Give me the link here for a minute.
Yeah, I appreciate that.
No,
Eddie, how do you think this is going to turn out?
Are you talking about the trial?
Yeah, let's pretend we're heading to trial next week. How do you think this is going to pan out?
I think it's fixed. I hate to say it, but I think it's fixed.
Yeah.
But what you said moments ago about they got it wrong, I would say that doesn't quite describe it. That kind of gives like a generous allowance for what it really is. It doesn't quite catch the nature of what is going on in this case. It's not that they got it wrong, it's that they purposely did it wrong. And that speaks to intentional versus unintentional.
You're okay, Alicia.
No, I agree with your point. You're right. Because there's omissions and errors and statements made that are completely wrong. And that can't be a mistake because it's exactly those admissions as they stand, as the statements were made that create the beginning of a picture. For instance, the 2:42 a.m. or whatever the time they claim he went off network, 2:47 a.m., right? That starts the beginning of a picture. That can't possibly be true. To me, that's the crux of the whole case. That's 7 minutes. Because if, in fact, in their own words, were 2:47 a.m., he stopped, his phone was turned off, right? Well, that, in fact, is not true. So whatever vehicle that they ascribe that phone to be in can't be correct. And that, to me, is the whole crux of the matter. They had to have known that. And or once they knew that, they kept running with it. And it's only until like this week or so that we now know the actual time is 2:52. So whatever said 2:50, whatever the hell the difference in time is. And so to me, your whole case is based on a lie, a deception, or an inaccuracy. It can't be anything other than those three. And the lie and the deception gives credit to your point that he was framed. The inaccuracy would be giving them the latitude of a mistake, which doesn't appear to be accurate anymore. And every movement of the vehicle they claim they ascribed to Mr. Kohlberger would be based off of what they observed or they claim to have observed on a camera at 2:40 something a.m. Well, that can't be Brian. So all these other movements have to be connected to that particular starting point, which proves itself proving that that isn't his car. So you're right. I mean, are they that fucking stupid or are they that crooked? And the answer has to be they're that crooked because they're extremely cunning in how they're trying to sell this guy as the killer. They're not stupid. They're criminal.
And lastly, all I want to point out, as long as we're talking about this, is how it was very easy to see. And I'm not talking about with hindsight, like sitting here in the year 2025. Immediately, almost within a handful of weeks at the most, for some, but for others, almost immediately, it was easy to see that something was on, if you know what I mean by something being on. Something was on during that first presser.
Right. Yep. The PCA tells you everything you need to know. We're going to produce as much to the public as we possibly can. Is that the presser you're referring to?
November 16th. Yes. Some scheme was afoot. They were all on board with doing what they were doing. Whether or not they had Brian Kohlberger at that time, who knows? But they were certainly about covering something up at that time.
Well, their whole narrative in the PCA is a cover-up. There's nothing in the PCA that's accurate. It's all lied. And if what they're suggesting in the PCA is truth, then it shows that they have the wrong guy. And I noticed that from the first time I read it. I had nothing to do with true crime. I was a political guy. And I read that PCA and I thought to myself, you would not want to arrest me with that PCA. I would ruin you. There's nothing in there that shows a connection to him and that crime at all, other than theory and supposition and accusations based on inferences. So you're right. It was intentional. The idea they made a stalking argument without using the word stalking. You're propagandizing. You're gaslighting people, right? And that was right from the instant I read that document. That's exactly what I got. I didn't connect it and immediately go after the cops for being intentionally setting this up because, there is what I say. There is absolutely a systemic issue with our police departments and our prosecutions that the corruption is so endemic that what they think they're doing, they think is the right thing to do. In other words, yes, are they framing Kohlberger? Sure. But in their minds, in their training, and their experience amongst their elders and those around them, this is the way law is to be carried out. We are judge, we are jury, we are executioner. Eddie, you're just a citizen. And that's so so what I'm saying is your argument of directly framing people happens all over the country because there's a mindset of many offices of prosecution that fit judge, jury. They train the police. You're referred to as a citizen. You're separate. You're different. And that's the systemic corruption in our system. They shouldn't be trained to see the world that way. Yet it never really gets discussed.
So I
Gonna
put
be
in chat.
interesting.
Yeah, it's in chat there, but
Which one, bud?
is he unlucky or was he chosen?
Yeah, that's a good way to do it. I like that. Unlucky
think-
versus chosen.
I think chosen because his behaviors were normal to him, but unlucky on that night, and then he was chosen.
Right. Yeah.
Well, but there's an argument to be made that it's hard to imagine they did it this way, but by November 16th, they knew it was going to be him. You know, they have him pulled over, twice by this time. The one in August 21st, and then there's also an October one in Pullman, right? There's 2 times that he got pulled over prior to the atrocity.
I'm gonna run a poll, you guys. Very simple. Was Brian chosen for the crime? Yes or no answers.
I see what you're saying. There's a pattern of their interaction with him.
Yes.
Yeah, there's something going on, I feel.
And the stops, the way this, I didn't see, none of us are allowed to see the August one, but the stops, the October stop was just a little strange to me. Maybe I'm reading into it more than I should, but it just seemed a bit off for what he was stopped for.
Which one is that with the
female police officer? Yeah.
Through the intersection.
Yeah.
Yeah, I found that a little curious too. And although the cop is technically correct, it's unusual for them to pull you over and write a ticket.
Thank you.
I agree with that.
It was odd.
They do it all the time themselves. That's why I say, as citizens, we should start reporting the police cars that we see speeding. If it's 35 and they're going 45, you should take down their car number and report it.
You know, to me, it brings the question: did she pull him over authentically? In other words, or was she directed by someone to do it?
Were they following him? Were they keeping an eye on him?
Exactly.
And he exposed his presence to them in April of 2022 in the application process, didn't he? April or somewhere in there when he applied for work with the police department or an internship. I'm sorry. Right. He brought himself to their attention with the internship application. Right. This nice out of town boy. And then they painted a crime scene to fit similar. They made a similar description of what could be interpreted as him. So you've got many different contacts that he had. And you're right. They may have been forced contacts. There's just no way to know, but it's hard to argue that they weren't.
Yeah, you can always put somebody in front of somebody on purpose if you need to. That's a fact.
We may never know. It's interesting to entertain the thought, but
well, what would be interesting is to know and see the whole situation for what it really is. That would be one for the books. I'll just put that. You know what I mean?
There's so many instances in this whole period of time between the atrocity and his arrest when they were like tickling the wire, if you follow my meaning, where they put out this image of a K-bar in a article already on November 17th, and then although that's a mainstream media article, but still, then they have they petition the public on December 7th, to come forward with, if you have information about a particular vehicle that fits this description. Well, it wasn't quite the same year of his, but he would have had to have been thinking something.
Well, didn't Ann put forward also that it took a trained professional police officer 13 minutes to reenact that crime?
I don't recall that.
Yeah, no, that's true. I wouldn't. And so that Ann brought up, and when she was arguing about Brian's condition, It's just not physically possible for him to have committed that crime. They reenacted this crime, and the best time they got was 13 minutes from a physically capable police officer.
They also didn't add in victim defense either, defending themselves during the situation. It was just a run through, so that was it.
A run through where the amount of strikes were reenacted. So you're right. You could reenact a struggle if there were one, but the amount of strikes and knife blows that were delivered. But let me be, again, we can agree, not every blow of the swing of the knife made a contact.
Right.
It was deflected, it was diverted. So you would think that if, for say, you stabbed someone 20 times, you weren't that lucky and hit them 20 times on 20 swings.
Of course. And that's something you got to understand too, folks, is with these wounds, there's ribs and bones and things inside here that have to be avoided certain ways. He doesn't know all that stuff.
And you can't avoid it. You just wield the knife and it goes where it goes, right?
And then if it's the knife that they're claiming it to be, with that many strikes on one specific victim out of all the ones we've had, that blade should have broke at some point. I'm telling you right now, because they're not built to withstand stuff like that. So, and that's another issue I have with this. So that's a whole other show. But thank you, Mike, again. And guys, anybody that chooses to support us in this fashion, whether it be the Cash Links, Venmo, PayPal, Cash App, we don't expect you guys to do that. I want you to know, but we do very much appreciate it because it keeps us running. So thank you.
Poochie just brought something up that we've discussed in the past, but it's good that Poochie brings it up now, bringing up the point that he might know something, and that's why it's imperative that they get put underneath the prison.
Yeah, we definitely, that has been brought up most recently, especially because of his knowledge of certain things and his abilities of things that he may have been involved in during his schooling could have brought him in touch with something that he shouldn't have been in touch with. Or another situation. You know what I mean? So yeah. That's a very big possibility. And what better way to shut somebody up than to get rid of him forever? Okay. That's definitely something I've looked at more recently, Sarge, too, because of what he does, what he was there doing. And again, I'm not going to ever believe, okay, I'll tell you this first. Brian was recommended to go to Pullman or to Washington State via DISSCUSS. Okay, so we're not going to start there. This, in my opinion, starts when he comes to Washington, in my opinion, not before that. Okay, I won't go back that far comfortably, but as he becomes part of Washington, sure, at that point, I will say that. So other than that, no, I can't. But I definitely can agree at some point with the things we've seen, his knowledge of criminology and criminal forensics and things like that. Who knows what he was involved in during his learning process, what he looked into during his learning process, so on and so forth. I'm just saying it could be that that's how he ended up here, because nobody can understand or figure out how he ended up here. Nobody gets how he ended up here. Nobody understands how they know who Brian Koberger was, because nobody knew him.
Well, the Brian Koberger thing does connect to that Dana Smithers case.
If that were the case, then yeah, that could be like the early on.
It would make sense in that woman went missing, right?
Yeah.
And so the police, and there may have been FBI involvement in that case. See, that we really should know more about that case. His parents were brought to testify in front of a grand jury. We may never know what their testimony was, but it would not be an error to conclude that their testimony was information that confirmed Brian Koberger was not in the area.
Right.
Because that's exactly how he ended up not being considered part of that crime. It was established that Brian Koberger was not there at all when the crime took place.
And that could be how they got his name or got onto him. I agree with that.
Correct.
Yes.
Correct.
So
and the fact that his name, listen, the fact that his name came up on, just follow me here. It makes perfect sense when his name came up by the WSU police, right? And referring him because he had that Elantra in that parking lot. And that may not have been brought to Brett Payne's attention, but it may have been something that was brought to the attention of somebody connected or the FBI themselves. And that name Koberger set them off because they were familiar with the name. They're like, this can't be. We were looking at his name came up in another unrelated case. Now his name is, is associated with this case, and that may be the precipitous that brought him into this. To me, that makes perfect sense. But what do I know? And that would explain why Payne didn't know until the 19th the guy's name, and that would explain why the family had said that his name came up around the 14th or 15th of December, the name Brian Koberger. That's what the Gonzalez's have said. Steve, somewhere in the middle of December, we heard his name.
You're running with what he says as gospel?
No, but I think that you can extrapolate data from people, even if they're known liars, because a lie has to cover a known truth or an unknown truth, right? So every lie is based on covering a truth, or a lie cannot exist. So even if he's lying, the idea that they were familiar with the name at some point, maybe his lie is that they heard about him much earlier than the middle of December. Maybe he was saying middle of December because he wasn't sure exactly where the cops were going to mention it, right? But again, that connection to that case in Pennsylvania, to me, seems like a reasonable place for Brian, and then his name being that he's in this location, and in other words, he lives in that area now, those would make them want to focus on this guy.
Well,
That's agreeable. Go ahead, Eddie. Sorry.
The internal bolo for the white sedan, Hyundai Elantra, that was, I believe, November 25th. Sound about right?
Okay. Yeah.
And then November 29th is when supposedly WSU police officers identified that vehicle. And then you just said, and you would be right to say so, you just said that Brett Payne wasn't aware of that tip until December 20th.
Or 19th. Yeah, whatever he claims. Yeah.
So the story goes. But you're a pretty intelligent guy. I mean, do you believe that for a moment?
Well, yeah, you have a complex chain of events with multiple people involved. And I think that there isn't really reasonable to think that one person knows everything about everything. And so I think that it's reasonable that a lot of people were vetting stuff. And let me just propose this.
Thank you so much, Satirius. Very much appreciate it. God bless. So very generous, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. Sorry.
So myself and my department are investigating a crime. And one of my investigators thinks Eddie is involved. And another investigator may think Dago's involved. And I'm the lead investigator. I don't need direct evidence or direct information from you that, in fact, you're looking at this specific person. Only that you got leads. And now you vet these leads. So in a system of investigation, or even in a system of business, if I want a specific part and I've got a bunch of people that source parts, I don't need to know who sourced the part. I just need to know when the fuck I'm going to have it. So, yeah, I think that in the process of management and the process of conducting business, it's highly possible that Brett Payne was not made aware of this person's name or the person as a party of interest until they established something. Because, like they said, let's say there were 10,000 or 40,000 or 100 leads. Let's just say 100 names. You're going to vet these names. Brett may not know what name Eddie was given to vet, or who Dago is vetting, or who I'm vetting. You don't, and I'm not going to make a point of telling you that, because I'm going to bring back what I found. Oh, guess what, Eddie? Today, we've accumulated this many facts against Mr. Koberger. And see, then you would present the name to Brett. But every single lead and every single movement of every one of these investigators, I don't know that that's going to be something that the lead investigator is going to know every single thing about every single thing. I just think that's not possible. Now you may counter that of course he knew when they were setting the guy up, and then I have to agree with that too. But in the scheme of things, what he's saying could be accurate. That he wasn't brought to my attention until
Well, in the end, no doubt about it. That's what they're going to have communications that will back that up that they're saying. But
Walt, sorry to interrupt you guys real quick. Walt, with all due respect, what the hell are you talking about?
Who?
The lack of Brian, not you, Walt Harris, the lack of Brian's fine motor skill issues. Guys, I might disappear here for a minute. I'll be right back. It's 11:22.
She's right though. It is a global motor. Listen, she's right. That the skill is, you're using your major muscle system to do this, but your fine muscles would be the ones that would have to control the knife in your hand and not drop the knife and be able to hold on to it. So the dexterity of your fingers and the strength of your hands would not be a global motor skill. Okay. So his fine motor skills would come into play if you're going to stab somebody 54 times. Okay.
Every bit of it. Every bit of it. Well, that's what unless you don't understand this, his agility, his fine motor skills, his speed. Granted, the only thing that we know about him is that he's a runner. That's it. Okay. Now understand this. With dyspraxia, I did a whole thing into this. I talked to my mother on this because she knows a little bit about it too, and some other things. And I read a lot about this. It absolutely affects how he would commit this crime in the period of time that he did it. Okay. With how many attack wounds there were on each victim. It absolutely affects it in every aspect. You have to look into it.
I've got a close friend. I'll tell you right now, he walks with a cane. His real issues are his hands and his arms. This guy, you give him a bag of chips and he cannot get the chips out of the bag consistently like a normal person would. The way his hands and his fingers will move sometimes, it's just weird.
Yes.
Now, he can walk 50 fucking... This guy... I could never walk as far as this guy walks. So, if you were to see him in an upright position or sitting at a table like Koberger, you would have no idea that his fine motor functions in his hands were that effed up. You couldn't tell. They're not deformed. They're not swollen. They look normal. But when he then starts to perform activities like pick up a pencil, write, so you would say, well, this guy, why is he on disability? Well, even though the guy can walk 50 miles, he wouldn't be, in other words, why can't he be a mailman? He wouldn't be able to sort through the mail to pick out your name from the list and put it in your box. That's why. Okay. And so these illnesses, especially when they're nerve driven,
yep,
they're not visibly, and that doesn't mean it doesn't exclude him from swimming, jogging. He walks and he can walk. The guy walks with one of those, I call them the hurricanes. They got the 4 feet on the bottom.
Mm-hmm.
And I keep telling him, me and you, with that, hurry the fuck up. You got a hurricane. What's the problem?
Right. No, I get it. And Yvonne's right. It also affects your balance, ABD muscles, agility. A house I don't know what that meant. Didn't know with stairs and weird layout. And a house he didn't know with weird layout and stairs up to the living room would have given him issues. Again, holding a knife, stabbing somebody 54, 56 times, there's blood. You got to be able to grip hard on that. It's all about that, Walt. It's all about that. You really look it up and read into it. I'm telling you, it absolutely affects all of it.
And the other thing is, he shouldn't have to prove his innocence. The evidence should be conclusive, and it's not.
Right.
Right? Eddie, do you agree with that? Whether they framed him or not, they did a terrible frame job based on what we're seeing.
Terrible. Yeah. I agree with that.
And now they're going to sell a story. They're going to try to appeal to what people they can get them to believe. That goes all the way back to what can you get these people in the jury box to believe? And it's just sad that we've sacrificed and surrendered our capacity to think to what people can convince us to believe. It's tragic, man.
Right? It is. I mean, and again, just another look at something that, did you notice in the selfie, the incriminating photograph he took, the back of his collar was standing up? I think that was because he struggles getting that to go down, the movement and all that with his hands. I mean, they're going to have an expert.
Is that the picture where Drunk Turkey said he had blood in his hair?
Yeah. Joke.
Drunk Turkey got semen in his beard. Sorry. What?
I didn't say a word. Anyway.
I didn't say anything. Eddie,
anyway, so it's a big deal. It really does affect a lot. And I really, like I said, I started looking into it because people were saying that doesn't mean anything, that's what I read, because that's what I do. I research, I read a lot. It will affect every aspect of it, in my opinion. I'm telling you. So just go read into it if you have doubts about it. It'll tell you right then and there. See, right there. That's why Eliza helped his caller in court. I don't think he can do it.
Who's masseuse?
Eliza, the little short, dark-haired woman on the defense team. Other people have stated that how they when they found out about it, they watched him write his notes, the way he holds his pen and stuff like that. And I'm telling you, when he did this, okay, if you look at how white his knuckles were, it almost looks like he's really squeezing hard to get that to hold like that by holding his thumb up. That's part of that, guys. It's joint and muscle and all that stuff is involved in that, guys. It's a neurological disease.
Let me just say, if those of you that interpret that selfie of a celebratory pic from his masquerading around and slaughtering 4 innocent victims, then I suggest to you the pics that Dylan took are her holding Zaina by her hair with her tongue out and taking a picture. That was the selfie that you've not seen yet. That's Dylan running around the house taking pictures of her and the dead bodies. That's what she was doing that morning, right? That's my definition of the unshown selfies and pictures that these young girls were taking at the crime scene with 4 dead people in that home. That's what they deleted. That's what they were hiding. That holds as much accuracy and truth as all you idiots out there running around saying that selfie proves he did something.
Amen, sir. Amen.
You know, you can't read into things and just describe a title and a conclusion to a picture. That's damn.
I'm sorry, Tanel. Mazuth. I don't know how to say it. My apologies. Yvonne said, I did a deep dive on dyspraxia, and no one should give opinions on it until they read up on it. Thank you very much.
It was Sargent that mispronounced it, not you, Dago.
Oh, well, either way, I thought I did. Anyway, I always mispronounce everything. I try not to. But again, these are all amazing points, you guys. But that is, and I wasn't trying to call you out, Walt, but things like that bug me because I know that it's absolutely not true. Okay,
we know he had a doctor visits 2 days after the crime,
and it probably related to
it's related to this issue. That's even more damning evidence that they picked the guy to frame that
the wrong one.
You know,
it makes no sense. They screwed up all the way around. Yes, sir.
And now they've got how many years of watching him in prison?
Yep.
Show me videos of this guy playing chess and volleyball and running around and drawing pictures and painting. Show us pictures of his dexterity and his capability with his hands and muscles.
Agreed.
Right? Why aren't they bringing in any of the prison guards on a witness list? Right? Wouldn't that make sense?
Mm-hmm.
You've been observing him for 2.5 years. You should have a good understanding of what he's capable and not capable of.
Right.
Yeah, that may not be a fine motor skill, but holding on to that knife.
Holding on to it while you're doing it is.
Holding on to that knife requires fine motor skills and coordination with your brain to hold the grip.
Especially
it's not going to slip out of your hand.
Yeah.
Imagine it not slipping out of your hand. What did he do? Super glue the knife to his hand and carry the sheath in his other hand and leave it behind?
And I'm going to tell you, the handle on those knives is a very smooth polyurethane wood. There's no ridges to hold your hand on it, okay? So when it gets damp, covered in blood, you're squeezing harder to keep it in your hand as you're moving with it.
Yeah.
54 times. Think about it for a minute. That's all I'm saying. That's just one of the victims, okay? So he had 0 cuts on his hands. He never dropped the knife, obviously. Didn't slip once.
Right, he didn't. He lost his job. He couldn't fillet fish. Now we know why.
That's exactly why. Thank you,
Denise. No, give credit to Denise.
Absolutely. That's why he didn't keep that job, because he couldn't do it.
He could not fillet fish. Eddie, can you fillet fish?
I don't fish.
I don't either.
He doesn't try to, right?
I couldn't cut open a living animal. I'd starve to death first.
Oh man. Well, don't let Eddie starve to death, folks. We got to find him if things go south, so we can at least.
I couldn't live. I just wouldn't. I couldn't be a hunter. I couldn't live
berries and leaves. You'd be a skinny guy.
He'd be Don't eat those little red ones. They're poisonous, Eddie.
Yes, with the green.
Poor Eddie's gonna end up in a field with only red berries.
That would be good luck, right? Yeah, that's it, right, Jen? That according to them, that he did that all, and he carried a kill kit on top of that. Miss me with it. Sorry, but it's bullshit.
Yeah, I forgot all about him not being able to hold that job until just this minute.
I've been thinking about the fish thing for a long time. Not to mention, you guys, this guy is an extreme, and I mean extreme germaphobe. Give me a break. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, man. They
I can't imagine that at all. He's definitely not a ninja.
And then the mask that she described only after they brought it up.
They told her how to draw it, Sarge. You know that.
That's incredible. I think the most exculpatory evidence is she can get on the stand and say all she wants about eyebrows.
Mm-hmm.
The point is, you did observe the arrest photographs of Mr. Koberger prior to your contact with the police, and she's going to have to say, yeah. And when you looked at his photograph, did you recognize him as the person you saw in your home? No.
No, sir. Nope.
No. Then when the police went over it with you, were you able to identify him? No.
She saw a firefighter, a vacuum, a naked guy. This, that.
Wait, that confirms that the bushy eyebrows she saw and his eyebrows are not the same.
No.
That's what I mean. Everything these people have done is exculpatory to Brian. And it's just how it's presented to the jury.
Yep.
That's
absolutely
stunning. That seeing that picture meant nothing or didn't identify him. She couldn't say that was him or not him. She had no idea.
Sergeant Daigle, do you guys know what a P-38 is?
It's an airplane.
No, in the context of a can of tuna fish.
No,
I don't.
It's a throwback. It's an oldie. This is probably going back to World War II, Korea, perhaps, maybe even Vietnam.
I'm not that old.
These were issued in the meals that they issued. It's a little metal device that
that roll
hold between your finger and thumb. It's just very small, but it's got a folding little blade, and you work it around a can.
I know what it is.
Okay. I know what you're talking about now. Yeah.
You open a can of whatever it is that
it's a can opener. We had those in our kitchen when I was a kid.
P-38.
Right.
Yeah, yep. That's a throwback.
I didn't know what it was called, but I know what you're talking about. So yeah.
P-38 can opener. It's exactly we had that. It's small, and it's you could lose it easily. It's that small.
Yeah, absolutely. Greg says I have problems with my P-38 and filleting a can of tuna fish. Right. Got you, Greg. Yeah, there's so many things that point away from him, you guys. That's the other side to this. He saved somebody else's life. Why would he save one person's life and kill 4 others? I mean, I guess it could be, but with everything else, all the little blocks that you're putting into this, it doesn't match at all. Brian Koberger he's not an incel, and that's another bit of bullshit. Okay.
But even if he is, what's the difference?
Well, I mean, true, but he's not.
How many incels are murderers? I don't know any incel that's a serial killer. Look at all the serial killers we're aware of. Except for the guy that sent the bombs. The rest of them, like Bundy's and all of that, look at the guy in the Gilgo case. Executive, out in the public,
right? Yeah.
I mean, what the F is an incel? I'm an incel then. I stay home a lot of the time.
Agreed. This facts, the lack of motor coordination can be lessened through physical therapy and continued use. You keep asking why he had the knife 10 months before I don't ask that, but before the crime, probably learned how to hold. Okay. I respect your thoughts on it, Walt. I'm just telling you, I don't believe that. So
I'll tell you something else that I don't believe. And I think I'm going to say this is going to maybe make people seriously mad. Or people may just like a lighter go off in their head. I don't give a fuck if they strip searched that ex-boyfriend and found no wound on him. That does not exclude him from being a party to that crime in any way, shape, or fucking form.
I can agree. I always did agree with that. Always did.
I mean, that guy could have been the lead into the house. That guy knew the layout of the house. That guy may have known the combinations to the house. That guy may be involved, but not directly wielding the blade.
Well, and that, you guys, goes right back to what Ann Taylor stated just last week, that they are prepared to show multiple alternate suspects that have a very much closer relationship to the victims than Brian Koberger ever would.
Let's look at it like this. Okay, so the ex-boyfriend, right?
Yeah. JD.
Whenever someone is a victim of a violent crime like this, they look at all the people in that person's life. They're all suspects. So the fact that the father of one of the victims is stipulating to the ex-boyfriend that they want to inspect his person, right?
Yeah.
Now, just put yourself in that position. If you were the ex-boyfriend and you're innocent, of course, you'd know that in your own mind. So to you, what are we, 8 billion people on this earth? So in your mind, okay, I'm one of them that is not responsible for this crime, but I don't know that you are. So who are you to say you want to inspect my person? From my point of view, I want you to prove yourself that you didn't have a part in this crime. Point number one. Number two is, how can anyone, regardless of being the parent, that has no bearing on any of this, insert themselves in a crime like this? That's like borderline obstruction. Have you ever seen where anyone has inserted themselves like this? Almost had doing their own investigation, right, into trying to solve this thing. It just like headlong.
I don't know how he would wrap his arms around anybody that had any connection to his daughter, regardless if it was a boyfriend or even a close male friend. The idea that you would then protect and become a cover for this individual. And if it were ever shown this kid had some kind of prior knowledge or understanding or helped in any way, shape, or form this crime be what it was, that's just, I'm sorry, I wouldn't allow that kind of connection between the experts.
I'm gonna be absolutely honest with you two and everybody else in here. I don't think he feels the way that his daughter and his wife does about that guy. One, the look he gave him on the stage at the memorial as they were walking away. Two, twice he interrupted Olivia as she was stating something about him and said, "Let's not go that far." I don't think Steve feels that way about him as much as those two do. Okay, I think he questions him too. I think he has a bit of a issue with him, possibly. I'm not saying that it's related to this, but I don't think he's that comfortable with him like the other two are. I'll put that there. And yes, I agree with you, Uncle Rex Harriman and Lisk. Shows how corrupt Los Angeles, LE, and prosecution can be. Suffolk County might be more corrupt than Moscow. I can agree with that. So yeah, I don't think Steve is as comfortable with him as the other two are. That's just my opinion. I could be wrong.
I think their early on observations were accurate, and I honestly, I think that
How were they
cleared too quickly? I honestly think that that's a fair assessment.
Agreed.
And if that kid's presence somewhere else is by somebody that's also connected to the girls, that shouldn't be an accepted alibi. Yeah, he was home, he was in bed. That shouldn't be accepted by anybody. Those two people could be covering for each other, right? So if the boyfriend's alibi is something like that, that's not acceptable. It just isn't. And if the crime scene, whose DNA was found under Maddie's fingernails? There were 3 sources, right? Do we know who those 3 are? And if any of them are people connected to these people in any general or direct way, then they should never have been not considered a prime suspect and investigated to the nth degree. I mean, you can't get any closer than what's under the fingernail.
Agreed. Absolutely agreed.
Yeah, I feel bad for Steve G and these families. Their only hope is that the state's got this right. They have nowhere else to turn.
Welcome, London. And yes, you're right about that, dear. And I agree, Sarge.
Well, I'll leave you all with this. So, again, none of this matters anyway because a real investigation was not even done.
Yeah, that's pretty much the basis of truth there.
So it feels like all of that was just done for showmanship.
But when it was done, it proved exculpatory to Brian. So let's consider that actually the searching of his personal belongings and locations was a properly done investigation,
Mm-hmm.
and it turned nothing up.
Well,
They didn't even plant anything.
Well,
Which tells you that there is, the forensic team is the forensic team that's not in everyday uniform. That's the other thing too with the setup. That's always kind of disturbed me. That there was nothing there at all anywhere, and the idea that this kid wears gloves, he cleaned it. Okay, yeah, but he couldn't clean the button snap. If he was so fastidious that he could clean a complete automobile, an apartment, a workplace, and a home in Pennsylvania, and all of his belongings and clothes, right?
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
He couldn't get it off of the button snap.
I do agree with that.
How would he not wipe it there? I don't understand. And why was there blood on the sheath?
Yep.
Right? I don't know. It's just so inconsistent, man.
Yep. I agree. Before you leave, Eddie, I wanted to play this real quick for everybody to see. Our Heather Fitzgerald put this together real quick, and I wanted you guys to see this because I just want you to see it real quick here. It only takes a couple minutes.
Is that every one of them is an invitation to people on the other side to come over and play. Some of those people might hate. The thing about bridges is that every one of them is an invitation to people on the other side to come over and play. Some of those people might hate you. Some might just be simple or scared or naive. Some are enemies or trolls or federal agents who are best left under the bridge. Those are the ones who will try to steer and poison whatever you're doing if you let them come across.
Really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today, where there's the whole loop around, but there's a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what happened. They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m., and that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off the network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Koberger, is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction is the car traveling? And you can know that based on the cell towers, the handoffs from tower to tower as it tracks where a phone's going. The FBI knows how to do this. They chose not to do this. They chose to take a time 7 minutes before it really stopped reporting, and they chose to make a map that showed a direction that phone wasn't traveling in to create a false narrative for the magistrate to rely on to find probable cause.
Happy November. Whatever you do this month, don't feed the trolls or the feds. Don't let them feed you. Don't take the bait. Don't play with fire, but burn whatever bridges you need to burn. Oh, and thanks for being my neighbor. You can cross my bridge anytime you want. Unless you're a fed.
Really important with the misleading of the magistrate. When you look at 1A, that's the map we looked at earlier today.
1 second, folks. Well, that is how it is here, and nobody is discerning anything you're saying. They just, because they disagree with it doesn't mean that it's respected. It's just not agreed with. That's all, and that goes with anybody, including you and everybody else. So it does go both ways. There's no worries in that. Okay.
where there's the whole loop around, but there's a blue line as if pointing the car towards Moscow, and that's not what happened. They then report the phone stops reporting to the network at 2:47 a.m. And that's not right. We submitted their cell experts report that say the phone stops reporting at 2:54 a.m. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records.
Can you pause that?
That's not right.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just back it up like 3 seconds if you can.
3 seconds.
Just to get the full red letters on this. Where she's got a little statement there. Okay, right there. All right. This is what I was saying. And how do you fill the void? The car at 254 is not Brian Kohlberger's. That's the car that you're referencing that you later see. Do you understand?
I do, absolutely. You know I do.
This can't be Brian Kohlberger's car. It just is impossible. And because the sedan you identified on Floyd's camera is the car that you're stating as part of the crime, okay? You're the exculpatory of this is it's astounding that this went forward beyond this. The car at 254 cannot be Brian Kohlberger because Brian Kohlberger's phone was traveling south and it didn't stop reporting until 257. Okay, therefore, the car that you're basing your suspect vehicle 1 on is not Brian Kohlberger. And I don't think she should be making that argument. And I agree she's making a great point, but the point that needs to be made is simply what I said. You identified a vehicle at a location that you connected to Brian Kohlberger when the evidence shows you to be completely wrong. And you then further continue to use the idea of that vehicle later on in your story around the house that you say matches this car, which is not Brian Kohlberger's. You just proved his innocence. Right? Does that make sense, Eddie?
Can I step in and just make sure you don't have your math incorrect there? Because you said 257, but the original, everyone correct me if I'm wrong, but the original timeline, I believe, if you add 7 minutes to 247, you get 254.
Right. So this is what I'm saying. His phone didn't stop reporting to the network, though. They used the 247 time to identify
you used 257 in your whole.
Yeah, I made a mistake on the numbers. No, you're right. I made the mistake.
I don't know if I'm being like too critical or if that affects.
No, it does because it doesn't change what I'm saying though.
Okay, then.
So they claim at 2:47 a.m. he stopped reporting to the network, and then they track a car at 2:54 a.m. they claim is his. That's when it really stopped reporting to the network, and at that point, the car and phone were traveling south. Therefore, the car that they're associating with Floyd's camera cannot be Mr. Kohlberger's car. They're saying this is suspect vehicle 1. And what Ann is saying, and probably should be more forceful in saying, is that in fact can be suspect vehicle 1, but it can't be inclusive to my client because the cell phone data shows he was going south away from Moscow.
Which is why I've been screaming that there's 2 different cars. Period.
Yeah, I said that in the beginning too. Remember that but so do you follow now? You're right. I did, and I apologize, Eddie. Thanks for pointing it out. The 247 to 254 is the 7-minute lost.
Yeah.
There's 2 different cars. I've been screaming this for a year, 2 years now. 2 different cars, and that is where this is at. Okay, yeah. They're at the wrong person, wrong car altogether, completely. Correct. There's another vehicle out there. Period. So.
Yeah, so that's why I wanted to show that tells you right there the police, their description of the vehicle, as accurate as it may be. Suspect vehicle 1 is this car at Floyd's. I'll accept that. And Ann should be saying this. Well, okay, that's great. But the truth of the matter is, and they knew this, phone data shows Brian going south to Moscow. And when his phone finally disconnected at 2:54, they didn't need the camera to locate Brian. They needed his phone, which they decided not to include. They said 2:47. And the fact on the document shows 2:54 is when he disconnected. They're arguing that he was at Floyd's, but his phone tells you he was nowhere near Floyd's.
And they're
So-
trying to tell you that his phone, they keep screaming or keep saying, that's
Yeah.
when he turned his phone off. No, he didn't. He disconnected from the two towers and was out of range at that point.
Well, that gets into a little deeper explanation. What you were saying, so Eddie, what were you going to add to that?
So to summarize, let me make sure, because I'm just going to try to summarize what you said. So to summarize, the same method that they're using in Moscow, which is to take a vehicle that's white that resembles his and say that it's his.
Yep.
They're using that same method in Pullman at that time and at that location. It's not
Yeah.
his car, but it's a white car.
Yep.
So much so that I wouldn't argue the presence of that sedan on that camera. In other words, I would agree with the state. I'd say, Your Honor, they absolutely identified a four-door white sedan that you could even describe to be in an Elantra. I don't disagree with that.
But it
The
was
state
not Brian Koberger's
The
car.
state is absolutely right. But what the state did to obfuscate the truth was they claimed his phone stopped reporting at 2:47, when in fact the records show the car continuing south from 2:47 to 2:54 in a complete opposite direction. Therefore, the car that they're calling suspect vehicle 1 most likely is the car involved in this crime. But that in fact proves it can't be my client.
Bingo.
Yes.
I'm not going to argue the description of the car that was there. I'm not going to argue the year, make, model. I'm not going to argue the color. They got it right, but they got the wrong person.
And that's what I've been trying to say.
Yeah.
That's why I've been saying, I don't know if you guys have caught this for quite a while now. They needed to be looking for another car that probably has 2 or 3 or 3 or 4 people in it. That's the car that should be suspect vehicle number 1. Brian's car has nothing to do with this.
They also connected. There were 2 vehicles that left at 2. They ascribed 2:42 a.m. and 2:44 a.m. I think 2 vehicles left WSU.
Yeah.
The later one went to Floyd's. The earlier one went south.
Yep.
You see? And it's the phone that Brian possessed that shows you that it went south and continued south until 2:54. And the car that they're saying they saw at Floyd's camera shop must be the other white sedan that we can prove isn't Brian.
Absolutely.
Because you tracked his phone south and they ignored that. They left that out of the information. As a matter of fact, they shouldn't even have brought any of this to a judge or a magistrate. They should have dropped their investigation exactly at this point of their investigation. It should never have went any further.
I agree. And on those cameras, there's another good point Cat Lady just brought up too. That could be silver. It could be off-white. It could be any color at that time of night at that type of a camera. 100%. So that's not 1,001,001%. But like Sarge said, I don't even want to argue that point. He said exactly what I've been trying to say for months now, years now, guys. There's another car, and they grabbed the wrong one. That's all there is to it, in my opinion. He wasn't there. He was in Lewiston at that point. Okay.
I don't know if he was that far south, but what I do know is based on what we now have as facts. This car was at that Floyd's. You got that banner over there, so I can't read it.
Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on. Yeah.
There was a white car, suspect vehicle 1 at Floyd's. I accept that for truth. Okay, because that car is also the car, and that image is also the image that they used to interpret other images at different times of the night to connect that car to other images in other parts of Pullman or Moscow. I'm sorry. So I would say I accept what they're saying. That's absolutely true. That car may in fact be what they determined to be part of the crime. The problem with that determination isn't that they're wrong or that they're lying. The problem is that conclusively shows it's not Brian's car in that camera. And the evidence is Brian's phone traveling south. Do you see? The case should never have been investigated beyond this specific point. Should have stopped right in its tracks. I didn't know until just recently the 7 minutes. I heard about it, but it wasn't until her video that it becomes so obvious here. And it's fair for Ann to accept and admit, yeah, okay. If you want to ascribe that to being the murderer's car, I'm not going to object to that. But the murderer can't be my client because your own phone records show him continuing south. Fair, I'm not going to say, I think I'm clear on what I'm saying, right? That car may be involved in the crime. It just can't be Brian's. I think that makes perfect practical sense.
Yes, sir.
It's logical.
Yes,
Right?
sir. Yes, sir.
What do you think, Eddie?
I agree.
It makes
That would
perfect
be-
sense.
That would be a good argument for her. I don't think she believes that, but again, we got these two truths in this case.
Well, I mean, I truly believe that would be the answer to this. I like I said, Twizzle drove the whole thing. He did it, timed it, did all this stuff, and it all pans
She's
out.
going to. I'm going to tell you right now. Mark this down, somebody. You like notes? Here, I'll give you something you can really remember. This is exactly what she's going to do to the investigator that helped track this car. She is going to lead him into. She's going to walk him right into this trap. That this vehicle at Floyd's camera at 2:54 a.m. is suspect vehicle 1. And if he says yes, the game is over. She wins. Checkmate.
I agree. Now,
yeah, she might say that, but I don't think she believes that. No matter what, the state has not turned over any evidence of what really happened. Anything that would lead to the truth, that has been buried and not disclosed.
well, we don't know though, Eddie, with her investigation, what she may have found though. That's the thing.
No, I agree with Eddie. I think the truth has been buried, but like I said before, there cannot be a lie unless there's a truth to be hidden.
Agreed.
And this is one of those examples I suspect makes that clear. I would not try to exclude this vehicle at Floyd's as not being. I would push that it was suspect vehicle 1. I would agree with it.
Agreed.
And I would.
That'd be a good argument, but yeah, whether she really thinks that that's the case is a whole nother. Like I said,
I suspect for some reason that she sees it that way, and that's why she's bringing up these. Don't mistake what 7 minutes means and its importance and how far a vehicle can travel. That her statements that were played here by Heather made me come to this understanding. I don't think it's in her purview to argue that this isn't Brian's car. The fact of the matter is they've provably shown it not to be in what they did in their work.
That's it right there.
And that 7 minutes of travel time where they're the one using his phone to locate him, not her, them, where they argue that the phone at 2:40 something a.m., right? And there is 2 times. There's a 2:42 and a 2:44. They relied on the 2:47, but then there's also an earlier time of another car that's white, a sedan that left WSU.
Yeah.
But my point is, her 2:47, they're cutting off, hid this fact because this fact, Eddie, proves that can't be Brian Kohlberger in the video. That's why they hid this 2:54 time. That's the frame right there.
Yep.
Rather than this being a point of quitting their investigation and looking for another suspect, they decided to frame Brian Kohlberger, and this is where it happened. It started right there.
I have to agree.
And I don't
very
think
comfortably.
I don't think Ann doesn't know that. I'm sure she's more conscious of it than even I can imagine.
I think she absolutely believes it, Eddie, and I think she knows it, and I think that's the direction she's going with this as well. At some point, and that's why, again, Cy Ray is gonna be the one if it's founded to be able to prove that at that point. So,
well, I don't think you need Cy Ray. If she said it, their own expert,
right,
shows that phone didn't come off network until 2:54.
I agree with that, Cat Lady. We can do that. Have a show on questions that haven't been answered. Yes, I get what you're saying. That's a great idea, actually. I'm going to write that down. So, no, yeah, I agree, Sarge, with that. I'm going to finish playing this real quick here.
Yeah, please. It's getting late.
Detail records,
Well,
and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We submitted 2 affidavits to you from our experts who have worked with the call detail records, and that's just not right. Don't get caught up in thinking 7 minutes don't matter here. We're talking about ground that can be covered in a vehicle in a short time. We're talking about 2 towns that are fairly close together. And so the way a car points when they go off a network matters a whole lot in this circumstance. That's not corrected in any of the affidavits. That's the part that's really exculpatory to Mr. Kohlberger is what direction, when the phone stops reporting to the network, what direction is the car traveling? And you can know that based on the cell towers, the handoffs from tower to tower as it tracks where a phone's going. The FBI knows how to do this. They chose not to do this. They chose to take a time 7 minutes before it really stopped reporting. And they chose to make a map that showed a direction that that phone wasn't traveling in to create a false narrative for the magistrate to rely on to find probable cause.
She knows. I'm convinced she knows just based on that presentation.
Agreed. And Heather, thank you for that. I know you're not in here, but Heather did a great job with that, guys. She pointed exactly out what needs to be seen with that. So I agree.
Well, Hitler said that these times, in relation to some of these times, he said, you know, what are the relevance? They're not during the crime. But the relevance of these particular pictures and videos and these specific times, that's where they chose to identify the vehicle. That's where they chose to get an idea. This is a Hyundai Elantra. And then they chose to ascribe it to Brian. So that's why the before and after are important. The during, we all know there's no phone, there's no real clear image to connect him to the crime. But that's what makes these images in this particular camera so important to the to both sides. First, the prosecution making up their lie, but more importantly, her being able to show. If she could show a jury that car continued at 254 going south before it stopped reporting, and the car that they got in that video that they're presenting the jury as Brian Koberger, suspect vehicle 1, is absolutely wrong. And his phone proves that to be wrong. Therefore, we don't know if an Elantra was even part of this crime, ladies and gentlemen. They identified a vehicle that may have had zero to do with the crime, just like my client had zero to do with this crime.
Bingo. Agreed. Agreed.
Right. I'm going to make some air popcorn and catch a movie. Awesome to be up there with Big Eddie and Dago.
Always an honor, Sarge, and a great show. Both of you. Like I said, the only thing would have made it perfect is if Annie would have been here. And Jesse. Both of them. That would have been most definitely. In fact, I want to do that one day. Somebody asked if we could do something like that. Well, I'm going to pre-schedule a panel for everybody to be joining us. If I can get a hold of everybody and just do it and do questions with it. So
excellent. All right. Well, listen, everyone be good. And if you're not going to be good, don't get caught. That's all I can say. Dago, thank you.
I do have one more thing to ask you, Sarge, if you don't mind. When you were he does it to me all the time. I finally got him. Thank you, Sarge. I love you, brother. Appreciate your input and everything about what you do with this. And I will talk to you soon. And I will talk to you soon, sir. He does it to me every time I'm on his panel. Anyway, you know, nothing but respect, sir. I appreciate you very much. And it was a great conversation as always. That's all right, buddy. I understand completely, Eddie. I kind of figured it's all right. Not your fault at all. But thank you, sir, very much for joining us. Yes, I finally did get you. I never do. And you always get me. There you go. Much love and respect, sir. You know it. Anyway, guys, it was a great show. I really did enjoy this tonight. I like the conversation. I'm glad that we got to get the motions out. And there's more. There's always more to talk about, and we will be doing it. For sure. So everybody in the chat, again, thank you, Sarge and Eddie. Always amazing. And I think we're going to be doing a show that Canadian Cat Lady recommended, guys. Absolutely, Canadian Cat Lady. Thank you so much. Well, I appreciate that. I don't know about it, but I really appreciate your take on it. And we're going to do a show, guys, coming up soon. Questions that were asked that never got answers for. It's a good idea, and I appreciate that. So we're looking forward to that. So, guys, don't forget to love yourselves and love each other. Don't change a thing. You guys are the beautiful people. I really appreciate each and every one of you wholeheartedly. I'll be here in the morning for the morning show. I hope to see you guys that join us for that. You guys have an amazing rest of your night, and I'll see you all soon. Take care, folks. Bye-bye.
Typing at the speed of light, hopping down the shadows, bringing wrongs to right. Digging deep in the data, facts sharp as a knife. With every single story, he's fighting for a life. A voice for the voiceless, he won't stay quiet. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. Through the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. Cracking cases, open hearts filled with fear. These channels are beacon in a world gone wrong. He guides us through the chaos, a soldier so strong. The clicks and the lights, they follow his lead. With every new case, he plants a new seed. Sharing their stories, giving hope where it fades. Daniel's a warrior through the trials he waves. In a world of silence, he shouts out their names. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows he rises, streaming loud and clear. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings. A hero in the darkness, hear the truth he brings. From the shadows and moments, he won't let us fall. Bringing the truth out, answering the call. For every soul forgotten, he's here to stand tall. Daniel the genuine, will always give it his all. Daniel's got the fire igniting the fight. True crime revelation shining through the night. With every victim story, he pulls at the strings.